Weekend as the city roars. Tune in loud, turn up some more. Cincinnati show, it's time to play. Sports with strawberry ice today. 5:30 sharp, don't be late. TTV, the sports awaits. Strawberry ices on the mic, energy, it's good delight. Every touchdown, every goal. Feel the pulse, it's in your soul. Cincinnati heartbeats strong. Strawberry ice will lead the throng. Every touchdown, every goal. Feel the pulse, it's in your soul. Cincinnati heartbeats strong. Strawberry ice will lead the throng. Feel the crowd, it's electric now. Shouting loud, they all know how. The CTV got what we crave. Sports with ice, it's waves and waves. Tigers strike and Bengals roar. Every game we want some more. Tune it in and feel the thrill. Strawberry ice, he's giving chills. 5:30 sharp, don't be late. TTV, the sports awaits. Strawberry ice, he's on the mic, energy, it's good delight.
Hey guys, what's going on? Welcome to the show. This is Sports with Strawberry Ice. We're live here at Moerlein Lager House for the Cincinnati Reds Community Fun Dinner. It is sold out here. This show is going to be a little different than what I normally do. So I'm going to be on from 5:30 all the way till 9:30. So if you pop in and out, if you see this, that means I'll be back soon, and I'm working on getting guests. So stay tuned. Stay on the channel. We're going to be on for a very, very long evening, but a very fun evening tonight. Getting ready for Cincinnati Reds opening day, which is one of the greatest days in Cincinnati. I still think it should be a holiday. Anyway, shout out to the sponsors here real quick. It's baseball season. You want your lawn looking like a baseball field? Give Priority Lawn and Landscaping a call. You want your flower beds cleaned out? Give Priority Lawn and Landscaping a call. You want your weeds cleaned out, the shrubbery trimmed? Give Priority Lawn and Landscaping a call. Give them a call at 513-430-6114. That's 513-430-6114, and tell them I sent you. You can also follow them on Facebook. Also, shout out to T Properties. Quality housing for quality people. Check out their website at www.tpropertiesllc.com for all your rental property management needs and your rental needs. And my West Side peeps, if you don't want to come down or can't come down tomorrow for opening day, go to Hail Mary's. It's right at the heart of Chivy. It's your ticket to the game. Got big ass TV screen, beer specials, food trucks, free parking. It's an awesome, awesome place. Also, Meyer Windows and Doors. I have in my house. I highly recommend you get them in yours. Check them out at www.meyercincinnati.com for all your window and door needs. What is up to everybody in the chat? Glad you guys are here. All right, let's scroll back up. You're right. You guys are already blowing up the chat. I love it. Brad's in there. Paul Painter's in there. Chandler, my boy, is in there. He's on a boat and he's watching it. Stranger's in there. He says I'm naked without a hat. Well, I tried to, look a little different today. I was trying to dress up a little bit, look a little different without the hat. Anyway, my hair is kind of jacked up right now, so, But the camera's up here if I keep looking down here. Anyway, Chris is in there. What's up? Tony Blazon's in there. Rob, you thought I was bald. Not bald. I got plenty of hair. See, it's a little gray, but I have plenty of hair. So, guys, let's talk about some Cincinnati Reds here. It'll be us in the chat till we get some guests going here. What's your thoughts on the Cincinnati Reds rolling into the season? By the way, cheers to the season. Let's go. Open them up if you got them. But what's your thoughts on the Cincinnati Reds this year? They came out that Hayes is going to be on the IL. I think he's got a leg strain, they said. Exactly, Rob. Cheers, brother. Cheers. So he will not be starting the season in open day roster. Spencer Steer is going to be on IR. Diaz is on IR, but Diaz I really don't think there's anything wrong with his arm. I think it's more of control. But still, he's a pretty good lineup. And you have Ellie De La Cruz, who I think is going to have an unbelievable season this year. Matty Bats, Matt McLean, hopefully is going to have a fully healthy season. And the thing is, with all these couple injuries we had, none of them are season-ending injuries so far. Like last year, we started off the season, and Matt McLean, the first week in spring training, hurt himself, and he was done for the year. Chris wants to know what our record in spring training is. To be honest, Chris, I don't know offhand because I really don't pay attention. I mean, I pay attention to spring training, but I don't pay attention to the record because it doesn't really matter. I mean, I've seen seasons where we've had unbelievable spring trainings and we've come out and fallen flat on our face. I've seen other ones where we've done terrible and we've started great. So I don't know what the spring training record is. Maybe people in the chat can answer that, but I'm not sure. But my question for you guys is the Terry Francona effect. How much do you think that's going to be a factor this year? Because I already like his attitude where he's like, our plan is to go out there and kick your ass. We're planning on winning every single game, and which they're not going to win every single game, but you want that mindset. You want that thought process. Like, we have a chance to win every game and we want to be in every single game. So that's where we're at. That's what I think the Reds' attitude is going to be a lot different this year. Paul Painter says we're 12-18. So there, it's not awful. Not awful at all. Chris says ESPN doesn't seem to have it. Oh, there you go. 12-18. That's what Paul Painter said. So we're going with Paul Painter, 12-18. Like I said, that's not an awful spring training record. And I do think getting a winning culture does help. So I said the spring training record doesn't really matter, but to go out there and win and getting used to winning, it does help. But like I said, you should go out there and fall flat on your face. What they have to do this year that they didn't do the last couple of years with David Bell as a manager is get off to good starts. They've got to get off to a good start. They got to take off and hopefully get in the lead and make everybody chase them. I mean, that's what we did in 1990. It was wire to wire. They had the Nasty Boys. The best bullpen, in my opinion, in Major League history. Now, tomorrow, if you guys are down here for Reds opening day, I will be broadcasting live outside Moerlein Lager House like I did last year. Get down here early because it's going to be packed. There's going to be a ton of people down here. This is an unofficial holiday for Cincinnati and Cincinnati baseball fans. What's up? Huh? Now, you ready? All right. Come on down. I think I have our first guest here. We'll see. We got our first guest coming up here. He's discussing. Come on, sit on down.
Hey, Barb. Where'd Barb go? You're next.
There. Just make sure you turn the mic on there. There you go. All right. Tell everybody your name and what's going on here.
Hey, great to be here. My name is Randy Freaking. My wife and I host this event. This is our 13th year hosting the opening day eve party here in Cincinnati, the Moerlein Lager House.
Yes,
tonight.
sir. Yes, sir. It's going to be fun tonight.
Oh, it's going to be a blast.
I cannot wait.
We got a full house. We're going to raise a lot of money for the Reds Community Fund.
Yes, sir.
That's the whole purpose of this event, is to raise money for the Reds Community Fund.
And it's a kickoff, the unofficial holiday in Cincinnati.
Oh, absolutely. Opening day eve. I mean, who wouldn't celebrate that? I've been celebrating opening day eve for 40 years
Cheers
now.
Cheers.
I need to get myself a beer, I think. Don't I? Come on,
yes,
man.
You should. We're at Moerlein. This is delicious beer.
Yeah, delicious beer.
Get some.
No, we love it. I love opening day eve. We've been doing it. Since we got married, we used to first we had it at our home.
Okay.
And my wife in 2013 said, why don't we invite our friends over, charge them $10, and donate the proceeds to a charity?
There you go.
Well, 300 friends turned out.
Wow. You got a lot of friends.
So we raised $3,000 the first year.
Nice.
And it's, grown total $500,000 plus over 13 years for the Reds Community Fund.
That's awesome.
Yeah, great event.
Reds Community Fund, they do a great job of fundraising, and and it goes back to the community and different. It's not just one thing that the Reds Community Fund does. It's multiple things that they do.
Oh God, Strawberry, they don't blow their horn enough.
No, they don't.
I've been volunteering for 10 years now, and the educational programs out there are amazing. You know, like the kids in the RBI program, the high school kids in the RBI program, they get leadership skills, work ethic. They get some SAT prep.
Mm-hmm.
One kid went from a 13 to a 28 on his SAT.
Wow.
And our high school graduation rate of the kids in our program, CPS kids, is about 100%.
Nice.
Average CPS graduation rate is in 60 to 70% range. Now, we can't take all credit for that. Maybe we just happen to get really good kids.
You helped a little bit.
So I think, yeah, we got outstanding volunteers out there, great coaches, and Reds Community Fund impacts thousands of kids throughout the community. And it's all headed up by Charlie Frank, who will join you later on. He's the executive director for 20-plus years. Maybe the greatest individual on earth next to you.
I don't know about that's kind of high praise for me. I don't know about that.
He's a man for others. It's unbelievable. So
what's your thoughts on the Cincinnati Reds season this year? I mean, we got Terry Francona. How big of a effect? I call it the Terry Francona effect. How big of an effect do you think that's going to be?
I think it's going to be a huge effect. I think it's worth 10 wins.
Yes, I agree with that. Yeah.
And they won 77 last year without Matt McLean.
Yep.
So my Finneytown math tells me 77 plus 10 is 87.
That sounds good to me.
And Matt McLean's worth 2 or 3, so I'm making it 90.
Let's go.
Is 90.
Let's go.
Let's go. Go on the over.
We're going to the playoffs and we're winning the World Series.
Yeah, we are.
There you go.
No doubt about that.
It's day one. I mean, or tomorrow's day one. You got to be positive. You can't be positive day one. Then why be a fan?
That's exactly right.
And watching Ellie De La Cruz in his second full season, I mean, I think he's going to become the top 2 or 3 player in baseball if he's not already.
Oh, no question. I mean, he's in the top 10, I think.
Oh, at least.
Yeah, and I think he'll just get progressively better. I think Francona is going to make a major impact on him. And, we got McLean back. We got Hunter Green.
Yeah.
Come on, everybody talks about Ellie. Let's talk about Hunter Green.
Cy Young this year, yes.
Come on.
Oh, right? He was in the running last year till the end when he kind of shut down. I mean, he had a great year last year.
Absolutely.
I mean, we got young stars here, and this is the time, and we got a manager that knows how to win. He's going to be a Hall of Fame manager. I mean, this is the time to do it, and let's start it off by kicking the Giants' ass. That's what Francona said. He's going to go have to kick everybody's ass.
That's exactly right.
Let's do that.
I think we got to get you one of our Hustle and Peace shirts.
Oh, that's my
no question about it. You want to get him extra large or? What do you want, Strawberry? What size Hustle and Peace shirt?
I'm like a 3X, man. I'm bigger than your average bear. Hey, there's John Popovich. I know that guy.
John Popovich just walked in.
How you doing?
Hi, Kathy. How are you? Dennis Jansen just walked in.
Yes, sir.
Dennis, is Johnny Bench coming tonight? That was a bad rumor circulated on your behalf. Okay, that's wonderful.
So
that's
no
wonderful.
Johnny Bench, but we have Popo, we have Dennis Jansen in here. But talking Pete Rose, he was my favorite player when I was a kid. Like from all the way up till
this is live on YouTube,
live
baby.
On YouTube right now.
The whole party, Denny. You're gonna be sitting in this chair soon. As soon as you go, it looks like you're going to the electric chair, the amount of food you're putting on your plate.
Whether he wants to or not, he's got to come on. I talk kind of loud. You be all right. You should be all right. Yeah, probably. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, Pete Rose was my favorite player when I was real little. Then after he retired from baseball, it's Chris Saba. But Pete Rose growing up, Big Red Machine, and we're celebrating the 50th year of the Big Red Machine this year.
50th year of the Big Red Machine, and
I'll be 50 in April, so that makes sense.
Yeah, I'll be 69 next February.
You don't a day past 70. You're fine.
So, what's the over under on how many opening days in a row I have attended? What do you think, Strawberry? What's the over under? I have a streak going that I don't want to break. I'm 68 years old.
I'll go over 30.
You're right. It's over 30. Keep going.
Look at that. All right. How about I'll go 10. How about 40?
Keep going, baby.
50?
Over 50, baby.
Wow. So you started before I was born. So you're at 55?
1968.
Ooh, there you go.
So 32 plus 25.
Yeah. Yep. You're at Crosley Field.
I was at Crosley Field.
All right, I'll be here, Dennis.
Hey, Dennis, we'll be here, man. This is live streaming. I tell you what, there are people in China watching us right now,
whether they want to or not.
And they're going, who is Dennis Jansen? That's right.
Brad here says, got a question, or it says, thank you for all you do for the Reds community fun, Randy. There you go. Let's see here. And Chris says, if Terry can fix us, he'll go from being a goat to a god.
Wow.
There you go.
There we go.
I mean, I can't.
Here we go, baby.
Oh,
here's your shirt.
The shirt, yeah.
Let's go. Let's take a look at that shirt. Come on.
That's good. You want me to try to put it on?
Are you going to try to put it on? Yeah. Is that a medium or what is that?
Yeah, it better not be a medium. It won't fit me.
Medium. Yeah. I tell you what, you've got a crack staff going on here.
That's my really
it's unbelievable. I mean, this guy's got it all here. Sports with strawberry ice. You got to love it. That's our theme tonight. It's a little party. It's normally Happy New Year theme.
Yeah.
This year we've gone with kind of a hustle and peace theme for Pete Rose.
Exactly.
We got great silent auction going on with all sorts of Pete memorabilia down there.
We got a guy from Oregon too. Stranger. He watches my show. He's
oh my God.
They're in Oregon too.
We love it.
But yeah, when Pete passed away this past year, I thought it was really cool. I didn't get a chance to go do the memorial, but I got to go do sign the banner outside the stadium and stuff, and listening to the calls from Marty and Joe. I mean, Marty and Joe, they're iconic. That is my summerhood childhood listening to Marty and Joe. Well, they're awesome.
We got the statue coming up on September 6th of Marty Brenneman.
Mm-hmm.
How many radio broadcasters have a statue outside of a ballpark?
Harry Carey's the only one I can think of.
I think that's all I can think of.
One of the Brennamans, here's one of them.
Here's one of them. Yeah, Charles, I'm wondering if Charles can come on here.
Come on, Charles.
Charles is one of our great board members of the Reds Community Fund. I'm going to sneak out of here real quick, Strawberry. Is that cool?
That sounds fine to me. I'll give him this.
Charles is my favorite Reds Community Fund board member.
There you go, Charles.
And he's coached a little baseball in his life.
All right.
So
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Take it easy. All right, Charles, scoot over here a little bit so we get ourselves into the cameras here. Here you go. Let's see. Click that up there. Up. Oh, let me give you. We'll go with this one. There we go. There we go. Live podcast, people. This is what happens here. All right, Charles. So tell the people a little bit about yourself and what you do with for the Reds Community Fund.
Well, I've been involved with the Reds Community Fund since 2004.
Okay.
About 20 years, be 21 years this year. I'm a board member. I've been involved with RBI, coached RBI for a few years.
That's a great program. It's one of the best in baseball, I think.
Excellent program.
Yes.
I've coached other than that and managed and sponsored teams.
Okay.
And umpired for 49 years.
So you've done a little bit of everything.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've been around.
So I got to ask you, how is it being an umpire? Because they don't get treated so good sometimes.
Man, sometimes you have to dig deep for the patience and
like, Jesus, take the wheel, please, God, help me right now. I can't deal with these parents.
I had a conversation today at a Bible study meeting, and one of the things that I quoted was Moses when Moses was dealing with the folks coming out of Egypt.
Yeah.
And he got tired. He told God, these are your people.
Right.
Take me home with you.
Take me home.
And you deal with your people.
Right, exactly.
But yeah, it's a good time. You can pretty much manipulate and control the crowd and the parents, and with just a bit of humility.
Right. Now that's some of the RBI program, because they've had some teams go pretty far, with the girls and boys pretty far in different tournaments, right?
Right. We've won the national, I think, a couple of times.
Okay.
With the boys, and I think the girls have as well.
Yeah. Now is it just baseball? They have softball in this too, don't they?
Softball and baseball. Yeah. The girls are softball.
Right. Now it's fast pitch softball, right?
Fast pitch.
That is no joke. I don't want anybody to say anything. You try to hit a softball by that big coming at you. Yeah. It's not easy. And they can curve it, do all kinds of different stuff. So I mean that just goes to show of what this thing's started from, where it's at now. Because you guys got a great.
Hey, Marty.
There's the legend right there, Marty Brenneman. Good. How you doing? So you got a great complex down there, and it's where's the RBI Center again? I can't.
It's revitalizing baseball in the inner city.
No, where's it located at?
Oh, it's at Roselawn Park.
Roselawn, that's right. Yes,
Roselawn Park.
And that's a very good complex you guys have there. It's I think one of the best around. It was one of the first ones, right?
Yeah, it's one of. Well, there's been a couple of others, but yeah, it's one of the first ones.
Yeah,
of its kind.
Right. And it's teaching kids baseball and teaching them the right way to do it and helping them be successful in it.
Help them be successful. That it gives them a start. It's a little bit higher competition than regular non-hole baseball,
right?
And recreational baseball. It gives them a national perspective on the competition,
right?
To move to the next level, in high school and in college.
Right. So let's talk. We talked with Randy here. We got the start out this opening day here, opening day eve. What does this day and tonight and tomorrow night mean to you? Like for me, it's always I still think it should be a citywide holiday. Tomorrow nobody should have to go to work tomorrow. All right, I don't care if the Reds are bad, good, whatever. It's Reds opening. We got a parade. We got the banks down here. I mean, we used to start the baseball season. They used to not start until we threw the first pitch, but that's been gone a long time ago. Now they had the first game in Japan and nobody watches it. But what does opening day mean to you growing up in the city here?
I think it should be as much as the Super Bowl was.
Yes.
They closed school down the day after the Super Bowl.
They should close it down.
School should be closed tomorrow for the Reds opening game.
When I was a kid, my dad took me out of school and we went to the game. So,
hey, the parade, all of that is historic.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, it's historic. This is the starting of baseball right here in Cincinnati. The first major league team. And they just Jim Scott unfortunately passed away last summer, and they just dedicated a street to him because he was always a huge part of the opening day parade. Mm-hmm. What does the parade mean to you? Have you been able to be in the parade? Or I've been in the parade many times.
Now I have not been in the parade. I've watched the parade. What's that like?
I've walked it. I've had my teams in it. We had lines of teams, not whole baseball teams.
Wow.
In the parade, and it's a great opportunity for the kids to get an acquaintanceship with the Reds baseball.
Right.
It's
awesome.
big opportunity.
Yeah. So let's talk about a couple of teams you managed. How far? What age group were they? How far did they go? How long did you do it?
Wow. We started in 1976.
Ooh, I was one. Not trying to make you feel like I said,
you don't have to make me feel old. I am old.
I'll be 50 next month. So
yeah, well, I just turned 75.
You don't look it at all. Hey, if I look as good at 75, that'd be great.
But I started with kids that were 5 and 6 years old, and we went up to 18 years old.
Okay.
We coached them until they got to high school.
Oh, so they stay in the same. Now, do you coach them the whole time, or they move up?
I have coached teams from 6 years old all the way up to 15.
Okay.
And then I'll go back, and we have coaches that coach the ones that are 15 and above.
Okay.
But I've coached them from 6 years old to 15, and then I'll go back and pick up another team.
Okay. Cool. Now, have they had any kids from this program? I'm sure they have, like go to college, major league.
Yeah, we've had a few of them.
Okay.
Yeah, we've had a few.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Do you know how many to be exact, or ballpark?
I would say over the years, probably about 30, 35.
Wow. All right. But that's cool.
You got, I've been doing it for 49 years now.
Right. Now, from how it started, when you started in 76 to what it is now, how has it grown? Because like I said, we got the complex now. We've had that probably for the last 20 years at least.
No, we haven't had the complex.
You had shorter than that?
Years.
Okay.
Yeah.
10, maybe?
About 10, 12 years.
10, 12 years.
10,
okay.
12 years.
So how has it helped? It seems like that I won't say the Reds have gotten more behind it, but there's been more funding for it. And that events like this help that. How has that helped grow that and help the kids out?
Well, it's actually helped a lot of the inner city kids as far as the funding for uniforms, renovation of fields, baseball equipment. We even had the one year when we had the parade, we had the commissioner of baseball show up
Okay.
with a truckload of baseball gloves, and he was passing out baseball gloves
All right.
to the kids. So
Cool.
yeah, RBI was a part of that as well.
Yes.
So it's been great.
It's been awesome.
We had at one time, and it's still possible to be in existence, where myself and another guy were the co-founders of a program called the Match Program.
Okay. What's that?
The Match Program was a program where we matched inner city teams with suburban teams.
Oh, okay.
Lower income organizations with upper income organizations. I think we even had at one time a Jewish and a Muslim match.
Okay.
So we matched up different groups and had home and home events. We go to their place and we break bread and fellowship.
Awesome.
And they come to our place. We break bread and fellowship and play ball, and even had a couple of groups that went out on bowling.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the adults, the match adults, the parents had a bowling event.
Okay.
So, the Match Program. We were also had a little funding coming from Caldwell Banker as well.
Okay.
And the Reds Community Fund.
That's great. So what is your thoughts on this season ahead for the Cincinnati Reds? And I keep saying the Terry Francona effect, which Randy said it here earlier. I agree with him. I think the Terry Francona effect is at least 10 wins, 10 more wins than we had last year. And then you also got Matt McLean, hopefully healthy all season. Ellie, I think, is going to have an even better year than he did last year. If we stay healthy, I think we can win 80, 85 games and maybe have a chance at this wild card. What's your thoughts?
World Series.
Boom, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Let's
World
go.
Series.
Yes. Cheers to that. Exactly. Start of the new big red machine, right?
Yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah.
That would be great.
I mean, we got the talent.
Oh, we definitely got the talent. That's not an issue. It's like last year, it was just staying healthy. The biggest thing.
And I'm glad to see Barry being more involved with some of the players and, even during the spring season.
Right.
I'm just glad to see him because he can bring a lot to the table for these young guys.
Well, he's one of the best, probably the best shortstop in Reds history. That's pretty good there.
Pretty close.
I mean, David Concepcion is good too. So I don't want to talk bad about him because David Concepcion, in my opinion, should be in the Hall of Fame. Just saying, because back in his day, he was probably the best shortstop in his day. But that's neither here nor there. But it's Reds opening day eve. We're having a great time here at Moerlein Lager House. Charlie, thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
All right, you too. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you, sir. You're good. All right, guys. We will be back shortly. Just stick around with us. Like I said, I'm going to be on till 9:30 tonight. If you put any money in or put in for the raffles, which I think you can do it online or did it online before, we're going to be doing the drawing right here on my show. So we'll see what happens. So stick around, and we'll be right back after. You guys can go look at, like I said, when I pop this up, it means I'll be back soon. See you guys.
Barb. That's okay. I was married to a Jeff, and he couldn't remember my name either.
All right, we are back here with Barb from the Reds Community Fund. Barb, tell everybody a little bit about what you do for the Reds Community Fund.
Yes. Well, thanks, Jeff, for having me
No problem.
Right now, I am on the board for the Reds Community Fund. I've been involved with the Reds Community Fund for probably over 15, 16 years.
All right.
Since its inception. Charlie Frank is remarkable and awesome. And so anytime Charlie asks me to do anything, I'm going to do it.
There you go. There you go. So what has the Reds Community Fund, how has it impacted, what are the impacts that you've seen it have in youth and in this community?
The Reds Community Fund is just awesome. I'm born and raised in Cincinnati in the inner city. And that's how I got introduced to the Reds Community Fund from the Jump Street. So what the Reds Community Fund has been able to do is to help especially inner city youth with the revitalizing baseball in the inner city, bringing it in, giving young kids the opportunity to learn the game of baseball, love the game of baseball, be exposed to the game of baseball on an entirely different level. So the Reds Community Fund has just been instrumental in basically bridging the gap for the city and the suburbs when it comes to baseball and giving the opportunity to underprivileged individuals within the 275 belt loop,
right,
and give them opportunities for better coaching, for exposure to the Cincinnati Reds, giving them the understanding and the fact that we care.
Right,
you know,
right,
the city
right.
cares.
The city cares, exactly.
And we're going to do everything we can to make them know that they're a part of the city, and baseball is for any and everybody.
Any and everybody, and it's promoting the Cincinnati Reds, the greatest organization, the original organization in
1869.
Yeah, 1869, exactly. Now, I keep asking everybody, this is opening day eve. Tomorrow is, like I said, I think it should be a citywide holiday. I don't think anybody should go to school. I think people should be off work.
Yes.
You know, half the city doesn't show up to work anyway. I'm taking tomorrow off, so because I've been doing a podcast down here. But what does this mean to you growing up in the city? It meant a ton to me. I mean, my dad would take me out of school, and we went to every opening day from, I think, 1984 to like we went all the way to 89 and then 90 when they won the World Series. We couldn't get tickets. Right. So then we skipped that year because we could get tickets. But we went there every year, and it meant so much to me going to hang out with my dad, going down, watching the parade, you know, watching the game. It's just, what has it meant to you as growing up here?
Oh, my gosh. I, like I said, born and raised. My dad, who was born in 1918.
Oh, wow.
Okay. And so he loved the game of baseball.
Yes.
He raised us on the game of baseball. And so I've been to every opening day since I was 16.
Oh, wow.
Except one.
You beat me.
And that was the very first one here at Great American Ballpark because I wasn't able to get
tickets. I missed that one too.
Right. But since I was 16. But it was so important to my family, to my culture, that my mom and dad allowed me to skip school because it should be a national holiday.
Yes, we are the first major professional team.
Right.
We should.
Everything should be.
In my opinion, they still shouldn't start the season until we started. I mean,
Tell me about
they started in Japan, and nobody watches those games.
Nobody watches.
It was 2 weeks ago. Does anybody?
We used to always play just us that day. That's the way it should have been. Then it was like, okay, you got to play the first couple of hours early, and now they just forget about it. They've taken away the tradition, but it's gonna live on.
Yeah.
It should be a national holiday, and that's what it means. My sons, I have 2 sons, and they already know. They expect to have opening day tickets. I mean, they're like, I don't know how you're going to do it, Mom. But
you're going to get it.
The game. And so every year it's a family event in my household. And, you know, business, you know, okay, I'm making my employees work. But, hey, I'm going to be down. What can I say?
Right. Somebody's got to work. You know, my little,
get there.
Well, it's not you, and you can go. It's fine.
Right. But it means the world. I mean, it is Cincinnati. It's the culture of Cincinnati. Baseball originated here. And we need to keep it going, which we do. I mean, great organization in the Reds Community Fund. Again, bridging that gap, bringing the message into the inner city, especially saying baseball is important, and it's just a way of communicating and connecting the city through baseball and softball.
Exactly.
But it's a national holiday.
It's a national. Yeah. Well, it's a city holiday for sure. Now, Chris here says that you get a lot of compliments on your hat. They love your tiny hat.
Thank you. I said through too many rain delays. You know,
It shrunk.
I don't take it off, but you know. Okay.
Shoot, that reminds me of the Ken Griffey Jr.'s first opening day.
Yes.
Oh, I was so excited that we got him, and this is the only one my grandma ever went to. So we took her, and God love her, she stood there and throughout that rain delay with an hour, 2 hours, and we didn't leave because I was in my 20s then. She was 70-something years old. And she's like, nope, we're not leaving. I'm like, I'm with you, Grandma. We're staying.
Right. If they're going to play baseball, they'll be there.
Exactly.
You know, no matter how long the rain delays are. I think the longest one I ever sat through was probably 3 or 4 hours. And Harang was actually still a pitcher then, and he came back. I mean, you could literally hear yourself talking, you know, because some people
they left. Fair
weather
weather fans.
I'm not a fair weather fan.
Yes, bad fair weather fans.
Exactly.
I remember one time we at the old stadium, me and my dad. So we got tickets at Riverfront, and we were up in center field, and we got tickets kind of under the jumbotron.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember they had the big sections there.
Yes.
I was so cold. That wind was just just whipping through there. I'm like, let's go, Reds. And I didn't leave. It snowed. I didn't leave, but
no matter what.
It was
and
cold.
Tomorrow, I don't care what the weather people say. It's going to be 80 and sunshine. Because that's what it's going to feel like in my heart.
Exactly.
Because it's opening day.
Exactly.
For my Cincinnati Reds.
Exactly.
80 and sunshine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I remember the one that President George Bush came.
Mm-hmm.
It took us forever to get in the stadium.
Yes.
And it was me, my family, my dad, my mom, my sister, and her husband, and our kids are all little. And we had to stay out because it took forever to get in because the president's there.
Right.
Another time where it was cold, we're sitting there freezing, but it was well worth it.
Yeah.
It was. I think they won that day if I remember right. Most of the time they win.
Most of the time they
Most
win.
time.
Right. And it's never over until the last out. I'm sorry. There's
Exactly.
always a chance to come
Always
back.
a chance.
It does not matter what the score is. If they're on the field, I'm going to be there.
Exactly.
And we have to root to the very end.
Exactly.
And that's how they play.
So what's your thoughts on this year's season? Like what do you think that the Terry Francona effect's going to be? I think it's 10 wins at least.
Wire to wire.
Whoa! Come on, let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Just like 1990. That's what I'm talking about.
Wire to wire.
Got the Nasty Boys, Chris Sabo, Eric Davis, Barry Larkin, all them again. Yeah, that's my favorite.
Yes.
I was born in '75, but 1990 is my favorite team because I was 15 and I watched every single game. It was.
I was born in '65, so I got raised on the Big Red.
Yes,
you
got to see it. I mean, I caught the end of it.
Absolutely, I lived it.
Yeah, this is when I was real little. This is my favorite player. Okay. And then once he retired, it was Chris Sabo. That was my favorite player. Right. Yeah. Now
both played the same.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I love that, and that's what Cincinnati loves players like that.
Yes.
That's why I think we love Matt McClain so much. Exactly. He hustles and Ellie did hustles his ass off.
I'm like, got to. Frito,
exactly. Yes.
Fraley. I mean, come on, the grit.
Yes.
Come on. I mean,
we like gritty.
That's what we like.
Dirty players.
Exactly. That don't quit.
Exactly.
It does not matter.
Exactly.
When you see them on the field, you have no clue what the score is.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. All right. Well, it's been fun. Thank you very much for joining, and we'll definitely get some more. Yeah, we'll get some more people on here. Again, we're at no problem. Thank you very much. Again, we're live at the Moerlein Lager House for the Cincinnati Reds Community Fund. I saw Marty Brennan walk around here. Dennis Jansen walk around here. John Popovich. Maybe try to get some of them on here soon. But like I said, stick around. Like I said, I'll be on until 9:30, so it's gonna be a while. I gotta get my vocal cords worked out or rest, one of the two. Anyway, guys, stick around. We'll be back. And like I said, when you see this right here, it means I'm still here. I haven't left, but I'll be back soon. So stick around for this. Will be a fun event. All right, guys, and we're back with one of the guys. I don't mean to make everybody feel old, but one of the guys I grew up watching doing sports broadcasting.
Well, thank you. That's very kind.
And I enjoyed it, and I miss you on Channel 9. Before that was Channel 12.
Channel 12, that's right.
So, Dennis Jansen, how you doing,
yeah.
sir?
I could be taller, but not better, Jeff. I'm doing really well.
I can shrink down a little bit if that helps.
No. I'm not. And thank you for the kind invitation here. Randy always throws quite the bash on the eve of opening day.
He does.
And today is certainly no exception. And this setup here, this is absolutely amazing. To think that you can now. This is on the air, or it's over.
It's on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter and Twitch.
Is that so? That is remarkable.
All at once, and then I'll cut up some of it. I'll put it on a podcast later.
Is that so? That is remarkable. The way that that's been the greatest change in sports broadcasting. Well, news broadcasting, for that matter, media in general.
Right.
Is the technology.
Oh yeah.
Now. You could carry something live from here, literally around
anywhere.
the world.
People literally can watch us right now, and I have viewers from England, Spain, Greece. I've had people reach out. Yeah, I mean it's amazing how many Cincinnati fans there are.
Well, that's remarkable.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
That's
I mean,
very flattering. So I'll keep it clean.
That's the internet. You don't have to.
Well, that's. You go down that slippery slope, and you never know what's going to be
right.
down
Exactly.
the other end there. So,
exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, when I started back in radio, we still did reel to reel, and cut and splice and all that stuff. Yep. So once my son taught me doing this, I had to figure all this stuff out. So
okay.
I am getting better at it though.
I can remember slicing and dicing audio tape years ago on a little editing block, and you'd get that grease pencil and mark where it was.
Exactly. Yep.
It was terrific.
Do the same thing.
In fact, good story about my career. I was working at WSAI Radio when an old friend of mine in our Price Hill.
Yep.
And a friend of mine, Jim O'Brien, was playing for the Baltimore Colts.
Okay.
In the Super Bowl.
Okay.
It's a Saturday night before the Super Bowl. They're going to play the Dallas Cowboys. Now, this is back in the formative years of the Super Bowl. It was Super Bowl 3 or 4, I want to say.
Okay.
It was in Miami. Tickets were $13. Okay. And
that'd be awesome now.
I thought, I'm going to call Jim, wish him good luck tomorrow. So I called the hotel, the team hotel in Miami. They put me right through to his room. No security checks, no nothing. I get Obi online. We start talking. How you doing? Everything? You nervous? Yeah, I'm fine. Everything's good. And so I said, well, listen, let me do this. Let me roll a tape on this just for a minute and get some reaction, open-ended. Just and just you never know what's going to happen.
Right.
So we rolled the tape here with Jim O'Brien. What happens if it comes down to you kicking a field goal to win the game? Well, I keep my head down, follow through, get my touch points, and just go through my routine.
Right.
And what would it mean to you to win a Super Bowl and so on? The general open-ended questions. So I'm watching the Super Bowl, and it comes down to the end of the game, and here's Obi going out to kick a field goal to hopefully beat the Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
Son of a gun. If he doesn't connect, I cut up that tape so fast, put it on the air. I told the disc jockey, we have a bulletin. I got to go on the air. Why is it? Cincinnati kid just won the Super Bowl for the Baltimore Colts.
Right.
They put me on the air, and the news director called, and he said, where in the world did you get that? And I said, he's an old friend of mine. And Jim and I have been friends, for a long time, 50 years. But that was the best day of our relationship when my boss thought that somehow I'd hug the moon because I made a phone because I made a phone call.
Yeah, hey.
And that just goes to show you how things have changed over the years.
Exactly.
And then there's baseball.
Baseball changed a lot.
Oh, my Lord have mercy.
I went through, I'll be 50 in April. I went through 2 different stadiums. I know where Crosby Field was, and my dad never told me about it, but we've had 3 different stadiums here. I can't believe this one is this 20 years old now?
2005.
So it's,
2005, somewhere around.
Yeah, I mean, this time flies. I mean, it's. I can't believe we've been doing it here for that long.
Well, I can remember watching them build Riverfront Stadium.
Yeah.
And then I was there when we did a live telecast when they imploded.
Yes. Well, it had the guy who won the contest to push the button. I can't remember the guy's name, but he had to push the button to blow the stadium up.
I don't remember that component of it, but if you say so,
Yeah, I
I'm sure
remember
they
that.
had some kind of marketing.
Oh
plan
yeah,
like that,
oh
you know?
yeah, exactly. Well, what does opening day mean to you? Covering it, being a fan, being a Cincinnatian.
You know what? There's Amanda Brenneman.
Yeah.
Hello, darling.
She'll
How are
she'll
you?
come
Don't
on here
you
later.
Look, don't
Yes,
you look
go right.
fabulous?
Yeah.
I think back to 2014.
Mhm.
I worked so many opening days on the field, in the ballpark. I saw my first opening day parade in 2014.
That was your first one because you worked
My
them all.
first one
Yeah.
because I was always working in the
right.
stadium that day.
Right.
And I got a folding chair, went down to Fountain Square and sat there and watched it.
That's
and
my favorite place to watch
it.
it
I
at.
thought, you know what? Now I know why people get so excited about opening day.
Yeah.
Because that is a huge component of it.
Yes, ma'am.
Huge component.
Yeah,
And I can see why fans get so excited. But Johnny Bench, I've read a book about opening day that John and Rardy put together. And he quoted Johnny in there. It says, Johnny says that, opening day is solely for the fans.
Yes.
He said, how else to explain the fact that there's 55,000 people in the stands, and then for game 2, 40,000 of them stay home.
Right. And the thing is, usually it's freezing too. Because I was telling Barbara earlier, me and my dad was a kid. He always took me out of school to go to opening day parade and then go to the game. Probably 84 to 89, we went to every game. Then 90, they won the World Series, and we didn't get a ticket there. But we went there. We sat through snow, rain, everything. You don't leave opening day. And I've said this for years. I think this should be a citywide holiday. For Cincinnati. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet, to be honest.
Well, and you know what? I'm trying to think if we aren't coming up on the 28th or 29th observation, it can't be called a celebration, of John McSherry.
Yes. Yeah.
Dying on
I missed that
day.
one because
I was there and it was just.
My dad was there.
It was stunning.
Mm-hmm.
It was just. It was on the order of when DeMar Hamlin went down in the Bengals Buffalo.
I was at that game when that happened. Yeah, I was there for the Bengals game.
To see John McSherry crumple after 7 pitches and 2 outs in that game.
Yep.
And the way he went down and the way they were trying to, and it's like, I'm trying to think who I was sitting next to in the press box. And I said, I don't think he's coming.
No.
He was 53 years old.
Dead on the spot.
Dead on the spot.
Man, I remember that because that was so my wife is from Florida, so I had just got engaged with her, and I moved down to Florida.
Yeah.
And my dad had had tickets for that, but I couldn't go, so he took my cousin. So I'm watching it, and I'm going, what the heck? And I couldn't. We didn't have cell phones then, so I had to get home. I wait till I got home and call him, like, what the heck happened? He goes, it was the craziest thing.
Well, and then there was all the drama attendant with that as to whether they were going to continue the game, because Jerry Crawford was the crew chief.
Right.
McSherry was behind the plate. Jerry was on one of the bases. He went to Barry Larkin, who was the Reds captain. So what do you want to do? And Barry's like, I'm not going to play.
Right.
I'm not going to play.
Yeah, not after that.
And I think they went over to the Expos dugout and talked. And they said, no, we can't. And Leonard Coleman, they contacted the National League president, and they came down on the side of the players. I think actually drove the decision.
Right.
Because Marge wanted to play.
Marge wanted to play, yeah.
She said, I got 55,000 people here. I'm not going to send them home, with this.
Good old Marge.
And Marge, after they called the game, I was adjacent to Marge up near the elevator, and she was madder than a wet hen. And she said, why does this S always happen to me?
Yeah, it happened to her. Right. Like, all right. That's
our gal.
That's our gal, Marge. Yeah, exactly. So let's talk about the season right now for the Cincinnati Reds. I think that they have a shot with the I keep saying the Terry Francona effect. I think he could be in there 10 extra 10 wins maybe.
He's going to be good for at least 10 wins.
Yeah. So if we went what we won 75 last year, 77, so that's another almost 80 wins. That could get you into the wild card.
That can get you.
Yeah. So
he's going to make a huge difference. He is a baseball lifer. He's not interested in proving out the statistics.
No.
He goes with his gut.
And I like that.
And it's just an instinctive thing with him, and I think it's going to make a big difference this year.
Now, I'll ask you this question because I have a couple of coaches that have on here sometime, and they are big analytics guys. Mm-hmm. I am not. I think you can use it, but I also think there's instinct, knowing baseball, reading people, all that comes into play. Like I said, there's a place for analytics, but in the last couple of years, it seemed like the Reds were more analytics driven.
Absolutely.
And it didn't work. I mean, in my opinion, I think Terry Francona is going to do a little bit of both. It seems like Terry Francona is the manager. He's in charge of putting the lineup together, in charge of the team.
They had a room full of analytics specialists, and they didn't combine for one hit or one
exactly
RBI
right. Exactly. That's what drives me nuts. It all
comes down to the human element, and I think these guys are going to respond to Tito. And I know Johnny Bench is a huge Francona fan. I know Marty Brenneman's a huge Francona fan. And I think, and you are as well. So I do not know the guy personally, but I've heard just wonderful things about him, and that he is an honest, straightforward guy who will look you in the eye and tell you the truth.
Now, how surprised were you that they got him? Because I was surprised they fired David Bell because they owed him money. I didn't think they would actually let him go. Mm-hmm. And then I'm like, yeah, Terry Francona's the guy to go get. I don't think they're going to get him. Lo and behold, they did. I'm ecstatic. How shocked or surprised were you that, one, Terry was willing to come here? Because I don't think Terry comes here unless he thinks he has a chance to win. And two, the Reds closing the deal and getting him here.
I don't think you can understate the importance of Marty Brenneman's intercession on behalf of this process.
I agree with that. Mm-hmm.
I mean, he and Terry are very, very close. And now that Terry's health situation has been mitigated and he's back in good health and feels good about life, I think he felt as though he had some unfinished business. And if that would bring him back here, a place that he dearly loved,
he
his short time here, I think that he couldn't pass on the opportunity to do that. So here we are.
Exactly. He actually started, I think he started in 86 on opening day, I think that's what I heard him say.
Yep.
I was at that game, so. All right, I was at Pop-Up. Dennis.
God bless you, Jeff.
I appreciate
Thank you very much for the hospitality. I appreciate that. Where's the dessert? Is there a dessert tray?
I think it's over that way.
God bless you.
Right.
You're doing the Lord's work. Tell Randy thanks for the invite.
I will.
Glad he could join us.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, sir. All right, that is Bill Legend, Dennis Jansen. Like I said, watching him growing up. John Popovich is running around here somewhere. I know Marty Brenneman. All right, you sent John over. All right. Dennis said he's gonna send Papa over here for me and get him on here. And like I said, Channel 9 was probably my go-to channel growing up. I love DJ, Papo. They were awesome. Actually, I was on Sports of All Sorts, I want to say 1995. They had, and I had to ask Papo about this. Thanks, Natty. No dessert? No Papo? All right. But I was on Sports of All Sorts. They had a contest for fans coming. It was me and two other guys that were on there, and we gave our opinions about the Reds, Bengals, and I can't remember if it was wintertime or summertime or what it was, but I was 19, I think, and I was trying to get into radio broadcasting, and it was awesome. And Papa was the nicest person to me, so hopefully we can get him on there. Andy McWilliams is supposed to walk around here too, so it's another guy that I'd like to see. So, like I said, stick around. We got some more interviews coming up, so don't go anywhere. Hi. How are you? Okay, for everybody who's watching right now, I got 71 people. I just talked to Marty Brenneman. He said he'd come on over, so stay tuned. All right.
Haven't seen him too often.
All right, guys, we are back live again. We have the legend himself. There you have Marty Brenneman and his lovely wife Amanda. How you guys doing today?
Good.
We're
How are
good.
you?
How are you doing?
I'm having a blast out
It's
here.
a festive time.
It
here.
is. Hey, it's Reds opening day
Baseball's
eve.
back. I
Exactly.
mean, nothing better than this.
No, I've said this. I think this should be a citywide holiday.
You know what? I did a thing for Kroger today. Amanda and I were there, and I had two people say to me they ought to make it a citywide holiday. All kids out of school. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, why not? I mean, because how many take off anyway?
I did.
Right? Let's just
I
go
did.
ahead and call it. Let's just call it and give them all an excuse absence.
From 1984 to 1989, 90. I think it was 90. Me and my dad went to Reds opening day every year.
Right.
Every year. And it was a blast. I could not wait. I couldn't sleep the night before. I was so excited. And like I said, you and Joe were the summerhood music of my childhood. So listening to you guys was awesome. And
thank you.
both of you right now is a tremendous honor for me. So I'm
Thank
happy
you
both
very
are on.
much.
We're thrilled
We
to be
appreciate
here.
it.
Thank you.
So let's talk about what we're doing here for the Reds Community Fund and what this night means for the community, the fun, the city, and everything like that.
Well, you know, the folks at the Community Fund have made such an impact all over Reds country,
Right.
frankly. And, you know, for us to be able to come out and support Charlie, Randy, all the folks, Owen, everyone that's a part of this, we're happy to do it. We're glad to do it. Marty's been involved with the Reds Community Fund since I guess its inception, because you were here when
yeah, pretty much.
And to bring baseball to these communities, to give these children an opportunity to play a game that we all love, it's so important. It's a great sense of community, and we're always happy to support anything that they're doing.
Exactly. And the Reds Community Fund, the RBI program, they do such a great job. I mean, the Reds have actually had a couple teams go to the championship and go very far, and just getting baseball to kids who can't play or don't even know what baseball is.
Yes, correct.
Just to be exposed to it.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
we need young fans.
Yes.
And to start them at that level, to introduce them to that, to have them see them in the community, redoing these fields that, frankly, were just not much to play on. I mean, they're
do all over the city.
Tremendous work. They really are.
Yeah, we got a couple of them. I live over on the west side in Pete Rose country. We got a couple of them over there. So it's great because these fields, I don't want to say were dilapidated, but they weren't in the best condition.
Well, you know what? So not me, the Reds Community Fund,
Right.
And Marty and I went to the rededication of the Marty Brenneman Field of Julius Park out in our neighborhood in Anderson. And, the field was nice. It really was. But if they had any rain at all, they were rained out for not necessarily because of rain, but because of the condition of the field, the muddy condition. And now these kids can play 2 or 3 hours after rain comes through.
We had we had that same one, Bullface Park. P. Rose played there. Yeah. It's down at the bottom of the hill, Price Hill, Sedansville. And my kids played there. And when the Reds took it over, it's made it look so much nicer and so much better maintained than what it was before. Because, I mean, all the kids want to do is get out there and play baseball. And when it's rained out, it's rained out. You can't do anything about it. It sucks. So it's a good thing that they're doing all these things.
Absolutely.
So are you excited about having a statue?
It's the biggest thing's ever happened to me. The Baseball Hall of Fame and all the other honors that
That's bigger than the Hall of Fame?
Oh, yeah. It's bigger than the Hall of Fame. And the reason is because had I not been accepted by the people in this town when I came in 1974 to succeed Al Michaels, all of this stuff would have never happened. These people embraced me, made me feel like I was one of their own, having come from the outside. And along with that, I was smart enough to realize how good I had it when I had opportunities to leave here, and I had a lot of them.
Yes.
I said no every time, and I don't regret it. 46 years of broadcasting Reds baseball, and the fact that the club is going to honor me now with a bronze sculpture, that's the biggest thing's ever happened to me.
Now, did you have to go stand in a certain position?
Oh, no, they're so early.
Picture?
No,
how do they do that?
I don't think that's going to happen. They're going to give us a chance to personalize it with certain things that would stand out and people would know this was Marty Brenneman. One of which is a very minor thing, but all through my career, I use number 1 leaded pencils. That's the softest lead of all.
Yeah.
It's also the darkest. I didn't like number 2 pencils because you had to press like the Dickens to make it be seen.
Right.
And so I'd have to order them.
Okay.
And ironically, I ordered them from Staples,
Ron Sargent,
who was run then by Ron Sargent, who is now running Kroger, the Kroger store.
Okay.
And so I'd like to think they'd have those. I also would demand that a paw print be placed on the tabletop that represents the most important person in the Brenneman family, and that's our 10-year-old Maltese,
there you go.
Millie.
And just really all of our cats. I mean, all of our pets that we've loved our whole life.
Yeah, I'm a big animal lover. I've had 3 dogs since I've been married. This is our third. We just got our 3rd dog this year because our dog Buddy unfortunately had a stroke and passed away last year. Which is, I don't care what anybody says, losing a pet is it's like losing a family member.
Exactly.
I don't even want to think about it.
Like losing him. Like he was only 9 and he
young.
had a stroke. And I remember I was out working and my wife said, "You need to come home. There's something wrong with Buddy." I get out there and he's not looking good. We carry him and take him to the vet, and he was having multiple seizures. Anyway, it's a terrible
It's a
thing.
traumatic time in any family when you lose one.
Yes, it is. It's very awful, and it's taken us a while to get to the point where we're able to get another dog. So we got another dog here, and we're actually babysitting my son's sister-in-law's dog because they're on vacation.
Right.
So we got 2
The more
dogs
the
and a cat.
merrier.
Yeah, exactly. So we're having a great time having a dog party at the house.
Good.
So now back to the sculpture. Are they going to have the poofy hair? You think that's going to be part of it?
No.
No, you're no poofy hair.
That's been the most asked question of all.
I figured it was.
No, it's not going to be. It's going to be the new Marty. It's not going to be the old Marty.
Oh, they can have the shades on
and Marty.
The shades maybe. I'd be all right with that.
And Marty could pick. I mean, it was totally up to you.
Yeah, it was up to me.
And I mean, the bulk of his career was with the helmet vampire, Bobby Goldsboro, whatever the guy's name.
Bobby Goldsboro.
Yeah, it's not a good look, but
it's an iconic look. Now there's a T-shirt out.
There is a T-shirt. The Marty Party shirt.
Yes,
T-shirt has
exactly.
It. Yeah, but I mean, look how good he looks, though.
Oh, it looks great.
Looks great.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
Let's go back to that night when you did shave your head because you bet. I can't. Was it
Chris Spire.
Yes, Chris.
Bench coach.
The bench coach.
For
You bet him, or he bet you.
Chris Spire.
The Reds won 10 games in a row.
Yeah,
Would you shave your head?
we were on the plane on a Sunday afternoon after a third game of a series here at Great American Ballpark, and the Reds had swept the series. And I don't know where we were going, but Chris Spire and I were talking in the plane while they were loading the luggage on, and he said, this team's got a chance to win 10 games in a row. And I said, no, it doesn't. And he said, well, why would you say that? I said, they don't hit consistently well enough. They don't pitch consistently well enough. They can't do it. He said, what would you do if they did? And I said, well, I don't know. I have no idea. He said, would you shave your head? I said, hell yeah, I'd shave my head. So now we fast forward from that early May conversation to the end of July.
Mm-hmm.
And we went into, I had no recollection of that conversation.
You forgot about it.
We go into Denver to play the Rockies on a Friday night. We'd won 7 in a row. Won Friday night, win Saturday night, and Sunday. And Amanda was with me on the trip. And Sunday, we're packing up to leave. We're coming back home, and we get all packed up. And then I go to the ballpark and walk into the clubhouse, visiting clubhouse at the ballpark, and guys were acting crazy. I'm standing there looking at me, and I'm looking back at them, but I have no idea. And I'm looking around, and Chris Spire came up. He said, what do you think? I said, these people are crazy. What's going on? And he said, you don't remember? I said, remember what? He said, the conversation we had on the plane back in May when this club was playing well. I said, stop. He said, you remember now? I said, yes. He said, if they win today, that'll be 10 wins in a row. Will you shave your head? I said, I told you I would, and I will. And they beat the devil out of me.
Oh, yeah.
And so we come home. And then that Friday night, they were going to honor me on Friday night anyway because it was my 70th birthday.
Right.
And I had a jersey with Brenneman and 70.
Yep.
But then we evolved into my head being shaved at the end of that game against the Pirates. And the place was full.
Yes.
And I had my own barber down there to do it. And Amanda was down there. Jim Day emceed the whole thing.
He did. Yep.
And they shaved my head. And it was the most impactful day of my whole life. I mean, no longer did I have to worry about hairspray and hair dryers and all that other stuff. So it's the best thing. And I got introduced to the Dragonfly Foundation.
Yes, I was going to bring that up, yes.
With the little girls that were bald-headed.
Mm-hmm.
And when I finished getting my head shaved, I got up and embraced all 3 of them and kissed each one of them on the top of the head. And it was just a special night for me. It really was.
It was. It was a very special night. And I mean, how'd you feel about it? Were you bugging him to get rid of the hair, change the style?
For years.
So
I told him, I said, if you would cut it, it would look like you have more. And he did not believe that, as most men,
contrary
frankly.
to what you said, it doesn't look like I had more now.
Yes, it does. Your hamburger bun is less prominent.
That's what it is too.
Because you could see through it when it was
like
all
Pete Rose
poofy.
said, you used to have. He said you got a hole in your head.
Yeah,
that big bald spot.
big hamburger bun. So yes, I told him for years. I mean, but we don't listen. And
well, most men we don't. I mean,
I
don't listen either. So,
I know. We're trying to just do what we think's best for you. We truly are. But
exactly.
So the guy that he's taking his picture.
Yeah.
The guy that cut his hair was the guy that did my hair at the time too. Mm-hmm. And I told Jeff, I said, before you just shave it, put like a number 3 or number 4 guard on it and buzz it.
And then show him.
And then let me take a picture. And I did. I'm like, this is where it needs to stay.
Right.
And what are you now? Do you get a 4 all over?
4.5 now.
4.5 all over every 2 weeks?
No, actually, I get a 4 up top and a 4.5 on the side.
Okay, see?
Well, you look good.
He does look good.
Well, I don't know about looking good.
Well, I see.
I'm happy with it, so I don't care.
And I see you guys are world travelers. Have follow. I'm pretty sure you're the one that runs the Instagram or the Twitter or anything.
I do not do his Instagram
Oh,
at all.
you
no
run that?
way. You know what? He's a
Instagram?
grown man. He can do his own.
Oh, you do that. Okay.
Because he doesn't do it very much.
Well, every once in a while I see, but I see you guys are traveling around. All over the place.
Mine's pretty up to date. Marty does his when he does his. I don't run that. I don't run it at all.
If I didn't have to do this stuff, I probably wouldn't do it at all. So
right.
You do a good job.
Well, thank you.
Very well.
I appreciate that. So I got the Pete Rose shirt on here. And
I know it's a good looking shirt.
Yeah, it's my favorite player growing up.
Yeah,
Mine too.
It's the 50th anniversary of the Big Red Machine. I'm gonna make everybody feel old. I'll be 50 in April 14th.
God bless you.
Yep, that's
good. That's
Pete
Rose's
Rose's birthday.
birthday.
Yep. So I got the same birthday as Pete. So I'll be 50 this year. Big Red Machine will be 50. What you watch Pete from the 74 all the way on?
Yeah.
I know what Pete meant to me. What did he mean to you as a friend?
Well, he became a great friend. The two best friends I had among guys that put on uniforms, aside from managers, in the 46 years I was with this club at broadcasting games, was Pete Rose and Joe Morgan.
Yes.
They were my two best friends. And I just had incredible respect for both of them and their ability to play the game. And Pete, of course, just knew only one way to play, and that was all out.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's why we loved him.
I just, I think back on when he had the hitting streak that set the National League record, and how exciting that
they would have thrown a damn fastball. He would have broken. But anyway.
when he made an assault on Ty Cobb's record, that was exciting as a Dickens. And he and I maintained a great relationship after I retired. And of course, Pete had been thrown out of the game back in 1989, but. He was a good friend, and I cherish the moments that he and I spent together. There were a lot of them.
Exactly, and that's what people I don't think get, because unfortunately everybody remembers Pete and the gambling and all that stuff. But for me, as a 10-year-old kid, when he hit 41.92, and I hear your iconic call and hear Joe Knox on the background saying, "Get down, all right." Yeah. And I got that stuck in my head. He means something to us, and I can't explain that to people outside Cincinnati of what Pete meant to this city.
Well, I mean,
He's
there are a lot of things that go into
He's
that.
ours.
Yes.
It's the most provincial city in the United States. If you're one of them, whether you were born and raised here, or in my case, when I came from outside, especially if you come from outside, the people here reserve judgment on what they think about you. And they don't make any comment until they decide individually and collectively, yes, you're one of us, or no, you're not. And if no, you're not, then you're in trouble.
Right.
Thank God they like my work. And I really believe that a lot of people realized early on how close Pete and I were. And that was also important to those people, because of all the things he did wrong, and he did a number of them, and he knew that, that he was still their guy.
Yes.
He was still one of us, and no matter what he did bad, that's not going to
still
change
us.
our
He's still
affection
ours.
for him.
He's still ours.
That's the way it was.
And he should be in the Hall of Fame. And it's
Well,
a
I think
travesty
you're
that
going to
he's
see him go there now, but he's
not.
not around to
I know.
enjoy it.
That was the
It's a
thing.
travesty.
That
Literally, it's criminal what they're doing.
I mean, it's irritating. That's what he kept saying, that they're going to put him in when he passed away, because they're like, well, it's a lifetime ban. I was like, but geez, he somebody got those hits.
That's right.
I mean,
Exactly.
he's got more stuff in the Hall of Fame than almost anybody.
You're
and
right.
He used to say if he committed murder
yes,
in the middle of Cincinnati,
That's right.
he would have been out before this lifetime ban. 30 plus
1989,
years
long time ago.
is a long time.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, I said Shohei Ohtani, say what you want. He blamed his interpreter, and
I know he got walked away.
Yeah, walked away with it. So I mean,
Right.
it's just annoying, and it's something we're going to have to live with. I will be happy he goes in, but I will also be sad because he's not here to
I know.
enjoy it.
That's
so
right.
that's
Exactly.
the part that kills me. Let's talk about your broadcast partner, Joe Nuxall. How did he make it? How comfortable did he make you feel your first time going into the booth replacing Al Michaels?
Well, he made it very comfortable for me, because Joe cared about making the transition smooth. But the funny thing was, up to 3 months after the regular season began in '74, every now and then he'd make a comment to me and call me Al.
On purpose?
And no,
he just messed up.
No, and he was mortified. He was embarrassed. He couldn't apologize to me. I didn't give a damn what he called me. It didn't make any difference to me. And I understood the predicament that he was in,
right?
Because he and Al were close too.
Yeah.
And he would just be so embarrassed by it. And then naturally over time he grew out of that, and that was not a problem. But Joe, and I tell people all the time, that Joe and Sparky and Pete and Joe Morgan and Tony Perez were the 5 people that made it easier for me than anybody. The transition for me was relatively seamless because of them.
Right.
And all of those guys said to me, you need anything from us, don't be afraid to come up and ask, because we want you to be successful. And if we can help you be successful, then we'll do whatever we have to do. And that's the way they were.
Yeah, it was a great combo, you two. And I think you've done a great job when Joe retired and Jeff Brantley came in.
Right.
And I think you guys had a great chemistry there as well. It's a little different, but it was good chemistry
different,
too.
but Jeff and I became very close. I love Jeff Brantley to death. I think he has made himself into an outstanding baseball broadcaster.
Now, did you leave him in the booth?
Yes, I was just getting ready to say.
I heard
Let me tell you.
Tell me this story. I've heard this one.
And we got to go in a minute.
Okay.
So they announced in the fall that he was going to be my partner for the next year. So in January, he and I had occasion to talk to each other on the phone. And I said, by the way, have you listened to any tapes? And he said, what are you talking about? And I said, you ought to listen to some tapes and listen to guys that are broadcasting baseball and listen to their
cadence. And
the cadence and the whole night. He said
to describe it. Yeah.
He said, I'm good. I said, so you haven't listened to any tapes? He said, no, I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. He said, I played the game. I was waiting for that line. I said, okay. So now we go to spring training, and the first game we played was in Bradenton, Florida, against the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Mm-hmm.
And I come on the air, and I introduce him, and I set him up, and we talk about the team. And now the game begins, and I do the first inning, and I do the second inning. And I come out of the commercial break to begin the third, and I said, the Reds are leading the Pirates 4-0, and now making his play-by-play debut, here's former Red Jeff Brantley. And I got up and walked out of the booth.
And there is so much dead air.
I'm
just saying there's so much dead time in a spring training game. I mean, that's the hardest one to do.
But the inning could not have been more appropriate for my purposes because there were guys hitting the ball in the gaps and left and right center, guys trying to score from second base, and I'm not in there. And finally, I walk in there, and I mean, he is sweating bullets. And then we finally got to the third out, and I said, damn easy, isn't it?
Oh,
he said, God almighty. He said, I had no idea what to do. He said, I tried to I said, you got to let people know where the ball is all the time. He said, there were too much stuff going on. And from that day forward, he realized how tough it was. And just because you played the game didn't amount to nothing.
Right.
And he worked to become a very, very good broadcaster.
Yeah, I mean,
really did.
I'd be trying to get into radio back in the day. I would watch games and try to do it myself. It's not easy.
It's really hard.
Because you got to be able to tell stories and tell the game, and it's a lot of work.
And Marty was the best.
Marty was the best.
I don't know about that, but
you were.
I was all right.
But you're a Hall of Famer, right?
Thank you, Matt. Yes.
Yeah. Well, Marty, thank you very much.
Same here, man. Good to see you.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you guys.
Thanks for having us on.
No problem. Anytime.
You bet.
I'll take that from you. All right, guys. Again, see you.
Happy opening day.
Thank you. Happy opening day. See you. All right, guys. We are live here at the Moerlein Lager House for the Reds Community Fund. That was awesome right there. And we had a Marty and Amanda party. It was great. So we're going to get some more. John Popovich is walking around. See if I can get him on here soon. Hey, Popo, you want to come on? You want to come on to the podcast? All right. Right now? If you want to, we can give you a second. You could. Here, let's scoot you over a little bit here. Try to get you to the camera here. There you go. You can jump on too if you want. You want to jump on too? Okay, you can just sit there. You can sit there and be pretty. There you go, sir. We had the legend John Popovich on here with us. John, I've told people about this. I don't know if you remember this, but you probably don't. But back in 1995, you were doing Sports of All Sorts, and you had fans come in and do a show. Oh, yeah. And you had a crazy-haired, skinny me come on there with you.
And you had a lot of hair, and you were skinny.
Yes, exactly.
I don't think I was at that time.
Well, I'm not skinny now. That was a while ago.
I remember. We used to do a fan show, maybe a couple fan shows a year.
Right.
Did you come on just the one time?
Just the one time, yeah. Just the one time.
And what were we talking about at that time? Anything special?
I don't remember. It was 1995. It was a long time ago. It's Reds or Bearcats or I don't remember, to be honest. I had the recording of it on VHS, but that doesn't exist anymore. So let me make sure. There we go. You gotta turn the mic on. It helps.
Yeah, those tapes probably still exist somewhere up in the
up in the archives of Channel 9.
Up in the attic.
And I haven't seen them for 5 years because I've been retired. But that was fun.
Yeah.
You know, we started doing sports of all sorts because of football season.
What year did you start doing it?
Well, it started in 1980.
Okay.
December 21st, 1980. But then we went to make the talk show in the Bengals' second Super Bowl season. So that was, the 88 season.
Okay, yeah.
And we started to do that. Well, that was great, except that once you got out of football, what were you going to do for a whole day?
Right.
Then we went from a half hour to 45 minutes to an hour. So that's why we created things like the fan show.
Yeah, and you had
Where we
call-in,
did-
too.
Yeah, we did. I mean, we did fishing. We did memorabilia, that sort of thing. And those shows were fun because you were operating on the seat of your pants. You never know, especially if you brought guys
Kind of
in.
like what I'm doing right now.
Yeah. I'd still love to do that.
Yeah, I remember you. It was the fishing. What was the fishing?
We call it the fishing edition.
But they did it at the convention center. Then they had the.
I did it a couple times when they were doing the boat show.
Yes, the boat show. That's
Yeah.
what I was trying to think. Yeah, I remember that. I couldn't think of the name of the show.
Well,
But hey, let's just talk about. We're here for the Reds Community Fund here, and let's talk about a little bit of what does Reds Community Fund mean to you, and how much has it impacted the city of Cincinnati?
Well, I just heard Charlie Frank saying the money that has gone into the community fund has helped renovate or build 400 baseball fields.
Nice.
Now, I don't know how old you are, but
I'll be 50 in April.
If I could have found a nice baseball
Oh,
field
yeah.
when I was a kid,
Mhm.
I mean, we made our own fields, made our own bags and bases and all that stuff. The fields out there are just beautiful right
Yes,
now. And
yes.
a lot of it has to do with them. I know they've probably gone around to the high schools, to the little league fields, knot holes, whatever, and done that. So, and softball as well.
Yes.
So I think it's been a big boost, and it also keeps baseball in probably a premier section. You know, baseball when I was growing up was the premier
Oh
sport.
yeah. Oh yeah.
And now you got a lot. You not just football and basketball, but you got kids playing hockey and soccer and lacrosse and whatever. So it's I'm all for all of those sports, but I love to see when somebody is still doing things to promote baseball.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and like, to your point, I live on the west side, and they've renovated at least 3 or 4 in my area that have just boosted the level. I won't say the level of play, but yeah, I guess the level of play because you have a nice baseball field to play on.
Yeah.
It makes it you don't have rocks in the way and clumps of grass and the stuff they had when I played. It was like you're lucky they drug the field sometimes. And took the
yeah.
stuff. So
And you know, I know playing when we were, it was even tough to find a level field.
Yes.
That would include all 3 outfields.
Yes,
And
yes,
stuff like
yeah,
that.
exactly. All right, so let's talk about. We got Pete Rose shirt on here right now.
Yeah.
It's the first year we're going to be without Pete. And there's lots of rumors going around now that they're going to let him into the Hall of Fame. That he's passed away, unfortunately, which I think a lot of us thought that's probably what would happen. But what is your thoughts on Pete Rose? What he meant to the city, and just as a sports broadcaster, what he meant to you?
Well, he was one of those guys that he was larger than life when I came here in '79. He was already gone, but he never was too big for me.
Yeah.
You know, from the time I went to see him in Clearwater, the time I went to see him, I remember the first time I met him was going over. He was playing the Ponies over at River Downs, hey, no problem, my problem. Come on in. Let's talk about baseball. Do this stuff.
Right.
He was always great to me, and he was always, he was the greatest friend baseball ever had.
Oh yeah. They should have taken more advantage of him than they did, I think.
Yeah, and
He was awesome when he was on Fox the last couple of years. He was on Fox doing their pre and post game show.
Yeah,
was.
I agree with you.
Hmm?
And nobody was a greater reservoir of knowledge.
Oh, yeah.
about the game. How many times could he tell you something like that? Tell a story, and he says, it was a 2-2 count, and this guy threw me this and that.
Yeah.
He had this great memory. I feel bad always what happened to him. I don't know if he'll ever get in the Hall of Fame, but he certainly deserves it.
He definitely
I
deserves
just
it.
think if you just count what a guy did on the baseball field, that's where he belongs.
Somebody got those hits.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we are starting on the 50th anniversary of the Big Red Machine, the back-to-back 75, 76. I'll be 50 April 14th, which is Pete Rose's birthday. So I was around. I don't remember it all that well. But what came here in '79. Just in general, what was that team like? Just from the outside in, just watching that team.
Well, I'll tell you this: I was going to college at Ohio U in the early '70s when the Big Red Machine was being built. So when you're at Ohio U, they're getting a lot of kids from Cincinnati, and I was from northeastern Ohio, so I was an Indians fan, and that we'd come down, and we saw all these young people,
right?
And all the great young players at the Reds, and of course in 1970, Pete Rose ran over Ray Foster, who was the Cleveland Indians catcher, a catcher of great promise. So I wasn't fond of Pete Rose to begin with. Didn't like him one bit. He knew that. We'd talk about it over the years, but his feeling was, what can I do?
Right.
And then I got to work in Dubuque, Iowa, then Davenport, Iowa. I was working at the NBC station in Davenport, and so they were carrying the 1975 World Series.
Okay.
And I was a big baseball fan, but I'll tell you what, even if I wasn't, that World Series
it's awesome.
Was going to make you.
And just despite what Boston fans think, they lost.
Yeah, lost.
Carl DeFist did not win the World Series, just to let everybody know.
Yeah.
Because for some reason that sometimes they think they'd won and they didn't.
Well, one of the most famous shots is Fist hitting the home run, waving it fair, and everybody thinks that was like the walk-off. Well, it wasn't.
Let's try that, Mike. They're saying they're having a hard time hearing you.
How's that? Is that a little better?
I hope so.
Okay. But he was, the one thing was, in those days, you only saw a couple of games a week. NBC had its game of the week.
Right.
And I always used to say, we were an NBC station. I used to call it the Reds game of the week.
Right. They're always on.
This week it's the Dodgers. This week it's the Giants, whomever, the Cubs. They were always against the Reds because that was the glamour team in baseball.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, and we'll never see a team like that again, I don't think. I mean, the infield should all be Hall of Famers. David Concepcion should be in there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a travesty he's not in.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you're never going to see a team that talented again, I think.
Well, you're certainly not going to be able to afford him. What you have to do is have a great deal of luck and have a bunch of young guys that you have under contract come together. Especially, it can't come in Cincinnati because Cincinnati doesn't have $300 million to pay for the thing.
Yeah.
It's one of the problems that baseball continues to have. We used to talk about this with Jim Bowden years ago.
Yeah.
The haves and the have-nots. Nothing has changed over the last 25 years.
And unfortunately, that's why I keep telling everybody, enjoy Ellie while he's here, because we're probably not going to be able to keep him. It sucks, but that's just the reality of where we're at.
I've cheered for two teams in my life, the Reds and the Indians, and they're both in the same boat.
Yes.
They get the guys like a CC Sabathia or a Cliff Lee or whatever, and then they're gone to the Yankees or whatever. Same thing with the Reds, and they've had to surrender so many good players.
Unfortunately. Yeah. All right, real quick, I'll get you out of here on this. What's your thoughts on the Reds coming into the season this year and the Terry Francona effect?
I think he's the right guy in the right place. I saw him come in Cleveland, take a group very much like this, very much young and inexperienced, and then with they were able to sprinkle in a couple of young or veteran players. He was able to, he's patient, yet he's demanding. So I think he's a really good guy. I thought it was a good choice. I think they ran out of time with David Bell. It was the right thing to do. And I think Bob Castellini really is betting on Tito being the guy that could change it.
I hope so. One of the greatest statements that Tito said so far is, we're here to kick the other team's ass. I like that.
Yeah, I do too. Plus, these guys have had a couple of years now. They had some success 2 years ago. They fell back last year. Maybe they found out what you have to do to play the game. You have to come in shape. The key, I think, to any season is staying healthy.
Yes.
If they can stay healthy, I think they'll be okay.
Exactly. Papo, I enjoyed watching you throughout the years. Like
Thank
I said,
you very much.
You and DJ were awesome to watch, so I appreciate everything you guys done for Cincinnati Sports. I appreciate you coming on and all that cool stuff.
We'll keep doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Take it easy. All right, guys. The legend, John Popovich, had DJ on air, had Marty Brenneman. We had a great time down here at Moerlein Lager House. We're down here with the celebrating the Reds Community Fund. Reds opening day eve. So, yes, Crip, I don't have a hat on. So, we will be back. I'll try to get some more interviews here. So, like I said, when you see this right here, It means I'm not going anywhere. I'm not on right now. We're going to be going live until 9:30 tonight. So stick around.
This is live.
This is live.
Oh my God, I'm nervous.
We are live as live can get right here, Jack.
Hey,
All right.
man.
So, Jack, you have a podcast. Tell everybody about your podcast here.
So Randy Freaking, who's the host of this party tonight,
Yes,
and
sir.
I have for about the last year been doing a podcast called We Love Our Team. And it is dedicated to Reds fans.
Okay.
So we are having people on who are fans of the Reds, and we asked.
Did you have me on?
Oh, we should.
I'm a big Reds fan of the Reds.
We'll get you. But we've had, we've had an interesting group. We had Kirk Herbstreit was one of our early guests.
Okay.
We've had Governor Mike DeWine.
Oh, nice.
We had, and it was funny because a friend of mine is a political reporter. He was at the Enquirer, Howard Wilkinson. He was at the Enquirer. Now he's on WVXU. And I said to him, I said, hey, I'm curious. Of all the politicians you've covered, who's like a true baseball fan? Because they all act like it.
Oh, yeah.
They're all
Of course they do.
walk in the
Oh, yeah.
parade and all that kind
Of course.
And he said, Mike DeWine and Sherrod Brown.
Really?
And so through some connections, we got Mike DeWine on the podcast. Had a great time. Mike is a big Reds fan. Grew up in Yellow Springs, Ohio. His family also owns, I don't know if you know this, but his family owns a minor league team in Asheville, North Carolina.
Really? I didn't know that.
The Asheville Tourists.
Okay. That's cool.
So he told some great stories. We had a lot of fun with him. And anyway, about a couple weeks later, we get a call from Sherrod Brown's people who said,
hey, we won't be on.
Yeah, exactly. So we were kind of like, well, the thing is, he's a Guardians fan. He said he's a sitting U.S.
I guess so.
He was great. And we talked about so it was interesting because you always find something to talk about with people. And I'm sure you know this, but he was very involved with getting a guy named Dummy Hoy.
Yeah, I know that. I don't know him, but I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Dummy Hoy played for the Reds a century ago, and he was deaf.
Yeah.
And I mean, back then, we were a little less sensitive.
A little bit, yeah.
And so his nickname was Dummy Hoy.
Yep.
Well, so Sherrod was very involved in getting Dummy Hoy inducted into the Hall of Fame. So we talked about that. And then we talked about, so he was great. I mean, he talked about the Guardians, but he also, there's been some, crossover. I mean, when you think about it, Sean Casey was
the mayor.
Beta Pinson, so we had a great time. And,
awesome.
And we're having a lot of fun. We would like probably to, so we've had, so those guys were big hits. Nick Clooney?
Yeah.
So George's
dad, yeah. Nick was the newscaster at Channel 12 when I was a kid.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
I know Nick Clooney is.
We called Nick, and this was great. I love this. I said to him, so Nick, we need you to, get on your laptop, and it works best if you use Chrome.
Oh, yeah.
And he just started laughing. He goes, well, I don't have a laptop.
You got a phone?
Yeah, he had a phone.
That works.
So we had him by phone, and but he was great. He said, and he's got that, that resume.
Yeah.
And he goes, well, I think I would be a good guest because my memory of the Reds goes back not just to the 70s.
Oh, yeah.
Not just to the 60s, but to the 40s.
Right.
We had a great time with him. We just recently, a real fun one we did was with Doug Flynn.
Okay, yeah. I had him on. We were in this room. He was on here with the. I did my Bengals tailgate here. Him and Ken Anderson. He's good friends with Ken Anderson.
Stories.
Yeah, it was awesome.
He talks about. Did he tell you the story about the Seaver trade?
No, I don't think so. Go ahead.
So the Reds, in 1977,
Yep.
made the big trade for Tom Seaver, and Flynn was part of that trade.
Right.
So Flynn didn't know anything about it, and he's sitting. He's still wearing a Reds uniform, and Pete Rose comes up to him, taps him, and he goes, "Hey," and Flynn kind of knew he was maybe in the mix. And
Right.
Flynn just looks like, "Where am I going?" He goes, "You're going to New York." And Flynn goes, "Who we getting?" And he goes, "Well, Tom Seaver." And Flynn says, "Straight up."
Yes, straight up, exactly.
I mean, that was just so awesome.
It says stone cold sober too,
Yeah,
a straight
yeah,
face,
straight
straight up.
up.
Yeah,
Straight up.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so tell me, where can they find your podcast at?
So it's on Spotify. It's on. I think it's all on all of them, but it's called We Love Our Team. So if you search for We Love Our Team, you find it. So
Cool.
So we're gonna have you on.
Hey, anytime. Let me know. So we're here at the Reds Community Fund here tonight. What has the Reds Community Fund meant to you, and as far as how it's affected the city of Cincinnati and baseball community, getting ball fields fixed up and RBI program and all that stuff.
Yeah. So it's interesting. Randy has been way more involved in it.
Hey, he started this in his house, he said.
Yeah. Yes, but he's also done it. He's on the board.
Right.
I think it's amazing.
Mhm.
And so for me, I live on the east side of town, and I will periodically drive past a field on, Eastern Avenue. There's a place over in Evanston.
Yeah.
And I just, every time I drive by, I just think this is so awesome.
Yeah.
And I've got a friend who's pretty involved in the Guardians organization.
Okay.
And I don't think they have anything like it.
I think it's one of the best in Major Baseball, to be honest.
Unbelievable. And what they've done. And I think it's really important to get the African American community invested because, there was a time when, some of the best players were, now it's like when you look around, there's a lot of Hispanic players, but the true African American players are a little fewer and far between. So I think we've got to get kids to think about baseball.
Yeah, exactly. So we got Pete Rose here. The first year without him. I've said this multiple times on here. He meant a ton to me. 1985, I was 10 years old when he hit 4192.
Yeah.
I got the same birthday as him. So April 14th, I'll be 50 years old, and that's the 50th anniversary of the Big Red Machine.
Yeah, right.
The greatest team. I don't care what anybody says. You have your Yankees, 75, 76, the best teams ever.
Thanks to Pete.
Moving
to the third.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Right?
You don't get George Foster. Yeah, you don't get George Foster unless Pete moves to third.
That was a bit, I don't think people appreciate the idea of a guy who's, kind of playing outfield, comfortable.
Right.
And gets out of his comfort zone to go to third base.
Right.
And that's what really unlocked.
Oh, yeah, that set it off there. I mean,
my favorite Pete story, and I told this once on the podcast, was there was a department store called Chilito's.
I remember it.
Became Macy's. But Chilito's downtown used to have a space up on the third floor. It's like where Santa was.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But they would periodically have Reds players come in.
Okay.
Like a meet and greet. A little kid. And I won't bore people with this story, but for reasons, I stood real close to home plate.
Okay.
I played not all day.
Okay.
I got hit a lot.
You trying to be like Pete Rose in Mickey Rivers?
Who was that guy that the Reds had? The Korean guy that got hit all the time years ago, like 10 years ago. Oh, I'll think of it. But anyway, I got hit by pitches a lot.
Okay. Cried on the plate.
And I never thought about moving back. But my on base.
Yeah, make sure you
my
keep
on
that
base
inside.
percentage
Yeah.
is pretty good. but I'm at this thing, and I raise my hand, and I ask Pete. I say, Pete, or Mr. Rose. I'm sure I said Mr. Rose. I said,
Right.
Are there any pitchers you're afraid of? And he goes,
None.
I'm the one with the bat.
Right, exactly. That's with that attitude. That's why he's got 2,456 hits.
Shin-So Chu, right?
Yes, Sin-Soo Choo. Yes,
That guy.
that's who. Yeah, he got hit a ton. Yes, yeah, he's played 1 year with the Reds in 2012. Yeah,
That was me.
yeah, you're crying the plate there. So, Reds opening day eve. Tomorrow is Reds opening day, and I've said this a million times. If people watch the show, been on for how long, about 2 hours and 5 minutes now. I believe in the city of Cincinnati, tomorrow should be a citywide holiday. I mean, it basically is. I mean, I got taken out of school, and we went from the opening day from 1984 to 1989 or 90. I can't remember which one. We're into that. But what does Reds opening day mean to you growing up in this city?
Well, it's funny, I don't know if Randy told you this story, but he skipped out on school at St. X High School for a dental appointment.
Oh, yeah. I had all kinds of excuses to get out.
He ran into the dean of discipline.
At the game?
We kind of let it slide. The thing about opening day is, so we had to have Curville, the mayor, on our podcast.
Okay.
And we asked him, and he just said, it's a part of the problem is. So yes, it should be a holiday, but they need so much police and EMT. And if they declared it a holiday, that would be all overtime.
Well, there's the Cowboy Jeff Brownlee.
Oh my God!
We gotta get him on the pod. You need to come on the podcast next. All right. All right, cool.
I will give way to the Cowboy.
The Cowboy is here. We got to let the Cowboy come on here.
Anyway, FTF said, it's a practical issue.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But it's like most businesses are like, yeah, we get it.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking tomorrow off.
So my joke is that my wife gets a little mad because I say that the best year of my life was 1970. I was 12. I went. Now listen to this. Now, okay. So now, I went to opening day.
Mm-hmm.
I went to the last game at Crosley Field. I went to the first game at Riverfront. I went to the All-Star game, and I went to Game 1 of the World Series.
That's pretty
now,
good.
You tell me.
That's pretty good.
Now, when
that's
I
pretty
say
good.
that, she's like, "Well, what about the year we got married?" I go, "Well, that was good."
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right.
The year that our 4 kids were born.
That's okay. But come on, let's be serious here. Come on.
Give me a break.
Like for me, my best baseball year was 1990. I love 90. So that was one of the first time in my lifetime they didn't start on the road in Houston. So it was Friday night. Barry Larkin hit the shot to right center field, scored O'Neill, and scored somebody else to go ahead and beat Houston that night. And we started the season winning the first 6 games of the season. Had the home opener, still had opening day parade and all that stuff. Had Chris Sabo, Eric Davis, the Nasty Boys, the best bullpen ever. To me, as a 15-year-old, that's my favorite team of all time. Sweeping A's when nobody thought we could do it. It was unbelievable.
So I'm old enough to, I was 17 and 18 in 75 and 76. But I love the 92.
Yeah.
I love that.
And Marty Brennan, I think I've heard him say it was his favorite. It was his favorite team. Yeah.
We went to. So it's funny. So the playoffs against the Pirates.
Mm-hmm.
The game 2, a guy called me. It had tickets, and I said, "Yeah, I'm going to go." Recall that the Reds lost game 1 of that series, and the Pirates. Jim Lalo was manager.
Mm-hmm.
Did not pitch Doug Drabek in game 1.
Mm-hmm.
He pitched Bob Wall.
Yep.
So the Reds are down 0-1, and Drabek's pitching now, right?
Yep.
So a friend of mine calls me, and the Reds. That was the game where Paul O'Neill threw out Andy Van Slyke.
And Bobby Modilla.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Best throw I've ever seen.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Anyway,
One bounce right to Sabo.
So it's real tight, and the game's in the 9th inning. Barry Larkin made 2 of the best plays I've ever seen ever at shortstop, just without question. They win that game, and then so now it's game 6 back in Cincinnati.
Right.
A guy calls me and says, "Hey, I got 4 tickets. They're not together. It's 2 and 2. You want to go?"
Yeah, duh.
Well, so my wife's dad, who's passed, but he was like the biggest sports fan ever. And it was kind of a rainy night, and so I call him up, and he goes, "Yeah, I think we'll pass." So it's like we don't have time. So I said, "Well, let's just go, and we'll sell the tickets." Well, we get downtown. We don't have a cell phone.
Right. Yeah, the 1990. We didn't have cell phones then.
So we go to the lobby of my office, and I'm like, "Kathy, I just there's no way your dad." So I got to give him one more chance. From a payphone, I call him. He goes, "Oh my God, thank you for calling me." So he came down. So we went, and that was the game where Glenn Bray.
Yes.
Took
Carmelo
a away from Carmelo Martinez, and the Reds win. It was.
And that was one of those ones like when he caught it in real life, you didn't know he stole home run away from him until you saw it in a replay, and they're like, "Oh, he took it away from him." Like that was huge.
It's fascinating. It's kind of interesting that Glenn Bray was not on the Reds for his defense.
No, he was a big, strong dude.
That play. How about George Foster at 75 throwing out?
Yes,
Denny Dewar?
yes, from the bullpen basically.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's just funny how I get maybe it's the adrenaline or something, but that was so awesome. I didn't get to game 1 or game 2 of the '90 series, but watching on TV was awesome.
Oh, it's great. That was great.
Joe Oliver driving in Billy Bates.
Billy Bates scored. This is what belongs to the Reds. Yeah.
Because Nuxall was doing the.
He's doing yes.
So
Marty, but he used Marty's call. Billy Bates scored this. Yeah, it was. Then in 1990, Benzier backing and calling, and I have all that stuff. Hey, I know that guy. Who's that guy?
You know what's really interesting about 1990?
What's that?
I don't want to dominate the time, but Jose Rio.
How's it sound?
Jose Rio was the most valuable player.
Yes.
You could make an argument, I think, Billy Hatcher.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you could. Yeah.
Center record.
Mhm.
For
Most consecutive hits.
Eric Davis hitting that home run.
Chris Sabo.
Sabo hit
Sabo.
2 home runs
Mhm.
in game game 3.
Was game 3? I was out in Oakland.
Yeah. Larkin.
You got to get your mic a little
Oh,
closer.
Larkin, hit like 400.
Yep.
Right?
They hit the crap out of the ball.
They should. That would have been a time where they could have given the MVP to the whole team.
Oh, yeah. Well,
And
that
the
was
Nasty Boys.
Yes.
The Nasty Boys.
the greatest bullpen ever and the greatest nickname for a bullpen ever. It was unbelievable.
It was great. Well, listen, I don't want to take up too
No
much of your
problem.
time, man.
I appreciate
enjoyed
you.
it.
We're
It was
going to be
fun.
giving away the grand prize here at the end of the night. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
We'll have you on the podcast.
Yeah, anytime. I do. Let me get in this, and I'll give you a card there real quick. All right, guys, make sure you stick around. Jeff Brantley is over there. I'm going to go try to grab him, and we'll be back shortly. All right, guys, we're back here with Grant Freaking. He's the author of. I'll let you say the name of the book again.
The Big Red Machine's Last Hurrah.
Now that is awesome because I've been talking about here. This is the 50th anniversary of the Big Red Machine, 1975-76 World Series.
That's right.
The year I was born, 75.
Uh-huh.
Pete Rose, my favorite player. I was born on his birthday. Tell us a little bit about the book and what went into making it.
So the book is about the 1981 Reds, and for those who don't know, the 1981 Reds were the most, in my mind, the most prominent victims of the split season strike, right? So long story short, Reds finished with the best cumulative record in the big leagues that year, but the season was split in half.
Stupid.
And they finished second in the division, unluckily, both times. And so they didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah. Yep.
And so my uncle, Randy, my co-author, actually in real life filed a lawsuit against Major League Baseball with two of his Ohio State school law buddies. Yeah.
Wow.
And they quickly withdrew it because they wanted to have jobs after law school.
Right.
So they were encouraged by the judge and a few other prominent people in Columbus to maybe withdraw that. But the scars never left for him. And about a month or so after COVID started 5 years ago, he's like, I got an idea for my next book. And he relayed to me this story. And what we settled on was a fact and fictional based story. So we tell a factual retelling of the season, of the legal history of what went into what happened to the strike, and then a fictional courtroom scene of the lawsuit going through, and then the fictional World Series where the Reds have a chance against the mighty Oakland A's. And why it's called the Big Red Machine's Last Hurrah is because there's still four members of the Big Red Machine on the team. It's Bench, it's Concepcion, it's Griffey Sr., and it's George Foster.
Yep.
Still on the team. So still a very, very good team. They were on a 99 win pace if you would extrapolate it out to 162 games.
Right.
So that's the story of the book there.
That is awesome, man, because that's one season that gets forgot, how good that
Yeah.
team was going to be coming off the 79 year, the year before, 2 years before, they were in the playoffs and got beat by the Pirates in the We Are Family group. But, I mean, that's the last hurrah of it. And it's so frustrating. I was 6 in 81.
Yeah.
So to find out about, I'm at the live, I didn't really know the whole history of it.
Yeah.
But to find that out, it just pisses you off. It's like, seriously, whose idea was it to have two different seasons? And when you finish second with the best record, and you don't make the playoffs, how in the world is that possible?
Well, I would say for those who have issues with Rob Manfred, had issues with Bud Selig, they must not have been around like I wasn't for Bowie Kuhn, because this is Bowie Kuhn.
Yeah.
It was just his idea. They wanted to save revenue. He dreamed up the scenario. So if
terrible.
you want to blame Bowie Kuhn. So Rob Manfred, not that bad in my book in comparison.
Rob Manfred still sucks, but I agree with it. So where can people get the book at? Is it on Amazon? Or?
Yeah, so you can find it on Amazon. You can also find it out on freakingoutabout.com. It's freaking with an A, not like my last name, which is just an E. So freakingoutabout.com.
Okay.
Also, it's on Amazon, or just Google the Big Red Machine's Last
Awesome.
Hurrah.
I'll have to check it out. Well, I appreciate you coming on,
Yeah,
man.
appreciate you having me.
Take it easy.
All right, thank you, man.
All right, guys. Again, we're live down here at the Moerlein Lager House. Reds Community Fun Night, Reds Opening Day Eve. So we will work on getting some more guests on here shortly. Trying to get the Cowboy. I see him on over there. All right, we are back. You're not even in. You got to scoot. There we go. We got to get a little close here. All right, we are here with the man, the myth, the legend, Greg.
Hey, brother. How are you?
Good. What's up? First time on a podcast?
Oh, my God. First time on the podcast. I watch it all the time.
First time,
I love it. I love it. I watch all the BS that you show. I love it.
So how much fun we having here tonight with the Reds Community Fun?
You know what? It is a great fundraising event. It's the opening day eve event. People love it. I hate dating this event because honestly, it is something you remember your lifetime if you come here. There's so many celebrities, so many things going on. It's like a wow.
It's awesome.
I totally agree with that. I've been very impressed with the turnout here. Just amazing. And the energy and just catching up with people. You know, I mean, you see we're running to Phil downstairs, Castellini, and then we see Marty Brenneman walk through the door, which is, I mean, an all-time.
Did you get him on your show?
I got Marty on the show, yeah.
All right. There you go.
I didn't get Phil. We need to get him on here.
Hey, we had a nice talk with Phil downstairs.
Okay.
Phil and I hung out with us for a while.
Well, you should have brought him up here.
No, you know what? He was saying nothing controversial.
That's well, that doesn't work on a podcast. But we got the Cowboy over there. Hopefully he said he might come on for 5 minutes. I said, you want to come on the podcast? He goes,
I didn't
for how long?
The Cowboy was over there.
I said, I don't care. I said, how long can you give me? I said, I don't care.
I mean, honestly, though, going into a Red season with Terry Francona,
the man,
that team, I mean, it's an amazing. We're all uplifted.
It's another 10
and
wins.
You know
I
what?
think.
You know what? I don't know. Is it 10?
I think so.
I
Don't
mean,
you think
I don't know.
Yeah.
But I will tell you something. I don't know if it's 10, but I will tell you this: it'll be exciting.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going
That
to be
I know for
exciting
sure.
brand of baseball. I mean, I'll put it this way: if you get 10 wins, you're in the wild card.
Exactly right.
You never know.
I think that's gonna
We can
happen.
only pray for that.
Hey, you never know what's going to happen then.
We got a really good shot at that.
Hey, I got to be honest with you. I heard you had some amazing guests on tonight.
I did.
I mean, did Randy Franklin come on tonight?
He did. He did. He was.
Did you just see the books that guy wrote?
Yeah, I got him right here, out here in front.
That's his books right here.
Oh my God! They're
And he's got a new one. His nephew said they're talking about the 1981 season, where they did a book on the split season. He was just telling about that.
It's amazing.
There he is.
Wait. Hey, here's Jeff Bradley.
Can we kick somebody out
He
for him?
is more important than me. You sit right down right here. There he is. The cowboy.
So,
The cowboy.
What do we got going here?
Tell us the whole story.
See, now we got now we have the best show we had. We have two Jeffs here. We got Jeff Brantley and the Iceman here.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, don't take his drink. He's never going to come on my podcast again now.
So what do we got?
We're at the Reds Community Fund dinner here. How you have a good time tonight?
I am having a good time. We just got finished with the hot stove and came up here. I heard this is where all the big wigs hang out, so I came up here.
Hey, I'm not bigwig. I'm just hanging out.
I got you.
I'm not a big wig either, but I tell you what, I don't mind hanging with the big wigs. My favorite thing to do.
So,
good.
for you growing up a Reds fan down in Mississippi and hearing about Reds opening day and all that stuff, what was the first time you got to experience Reds opening day, the parade, and everything like that? Was it as a player, a visiting player, or when was that?
As a player.
Okay.
And you just don't quite grasp this whole environment as a player because you're so consumed with preparing for the game.
Right.
But once you step on the other side of the fence, especially as a broadcaster and as a fan, opening day here, and I've been to a lot of opening days in a lot of different cities, and nobody does it like Cincinnati.
It's a little different.
It is just absolutely
It's
incredible.
the energy and just exactly right. I mean, to come down here, I live down here at the Banks, so I've been down here about 3 years now and got to witness this, and it's just been incredible. And it's one of the things I look forward to every year. Hope for good weather and the parade, and it's just amazing.
Well, you would think that this would be a male-dominated environment because of all that's going on with baseball. If you're a lady and you want to get your hair done for opening day, and Lord knows they want to get their hair done, you got to make that reservation or that appointment about a year out because everybody wants to look good for opening day. It's just the way it is here.
Exactly.
It really is.
So I've been wanting to ask you this. How did you become a Reds? Because you grew up a Reds fan.
I did.
How did you become a Reds fan?
Well, my dad and I grew up in Alabama, and I grew up in Hoover, and I used to listen to 700, and I would hear the baseball game.
Okay.
Now, once I got a little bit older, I realized the only way to keep 700 on the air was to be able to be in the car.
Okay.
And when it was 700 in Alabama is back then it was a Spanish station. It was a Cuban station actually, all day long until 6 o'clock, which is 7 o'clock here.
Okay.
So at 6 o'clock, my dad and I would get in the car, and back in those days, you just didn't have stereos or the ability to have the phone, any of that, where you could actually listen and keep the signal. Otherwise, it would go in and out. But if you got in the car and you kept the car moving, the station stayed slick.
Just drive around circles.
Nope. We just backed up and pulled forward. Backed up and pulled forward.
That's awesome.
And I can tell you this, my mom was not real happy with us because a lot of times, especially as it got later in the season, we would eat dinner.
In the car?
In the car. Just me and my dad listening to Marty and Joe back and forth in the driveway. It was just that's what I grew up listening to. And what a great team, the Big Red Machine.
Oh, absolutely.
In those days.
Absolutely.
It really turned me into a baseball fan. But what it did is it made me want to be a broadcaster.
Yeah.
I mean, my heroes growing up were Mel Allen and listening to Keith Jackson and listening to Marty and Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. And so I would pretend that I was those guys throwing the ball up against the house and had a little lineup that I would read out. And what it did is it strengthened my arm enough to where I became a baseball player and a big leaguer for about 14 years before I ever got to live my original dream.
Right.
So here I am.
Hey, pretty good life there. Did you ever think you'd actually be in the booth, Marty?
No, I never thought I would get a chance to broadcast.
Right.
Because I thought you had to go to some kind of specialized school and do all these different kind of things and learn about all the equipment. Let me tell you, brother, I don't know anything about those dials and cords over there.
Right.
The only thing I know about is what's happening on that field, and I do know that.
So Marty was on here earlier with me today, and he talked about your very first broadcast.
Oh, man. He killed me.
In spring training. He announced you and left.
Because he asked me when we were talking, and I called him first when I took the job. I said, look, or before I took the job, I said, look, they've asked me to do this. Is that going to work with you? And he said, sure. He said, it'll be great. So we're going along and got the contract done. And then he calls me. He goes, have you been practicing your play-by-play? and we're on the phone. I said, practicing? I don't need any practice. He goes, okay, great.
You were Allen Iverson before Allen Iverson. Practice.
He goes, all right, I'll see you in Sarasota. So we roll up in there, and I get ready, and we're all sitting down, and we do the first inning. I'm thinking, and I'd been at ESPN, I knew how to do the color part.
Right.
So when it came time for me to do play-by-play in the third inning, he introduces me and then takes his headset off, and he walks out of the booth. And I'm thinking, well, I guess I'm just going to have to do both. And I didn't think it was going to be that big a deal. Guys get on base, and I'm trying to describe how they got on base. Ball's hitting the right center field gap. The first action that I'd ever had as a play-by-play announcer.
Right.
And I'm talking about the guys are running around the bases, the ball's bouncing off the wall, and I'm sitting there talking about the guy was really inside the ball there. The ball kind of hung in the middle of the plate, and then all of a sudden I hear behind me, tell them where the ball is. Tell them where the ball is. And I'm thinking, oh, they're relaying the ball there. There's already been 2 runs scored. It was like, oh, man, you talking about speeding up on you in a hurry.
Oh, yeah.
That's kind of like one of those innings when you're out there on the mound and you get 2 quick outs. The next thing you know, the bases are loaded and the game's on the line.
Right. It's not easy. Like I said, I try to get in the radio broadcast myself, and I practice, watch the games and trying to do it myself. It's not easy to do. And Marty made it look easy. And I enjoy listening to you and Tommy Thrall. You guys do a great job.
Well, the one thing that I have with Tommy and the same that Marty and I had is just that camaraderie and friendship, not only in the booth but outside of the booth, and that in itself makes you comfortable in the seat you sit in, and we're all very fortunate to have that because that's not that way everywhere.
Right.
Well, I can tell you as a fan, I've been so happy to see you come as a broadcaster after your career because your uncanny ability to analyze pitchers and just to talk about how there are different strategies and maybe why they're having issues hitting the strike zone or things like that. And I just think you have the vision for that because obviously, because of your professional pitcher, but it's just been so much fun to listen to and to watch. It gives me a new perspective.
Well, I appreciate that because I really do try to make I guess the best way to say this is a word picture for those that are listening because you can't always understand the give and take of the pitcher-hitter relationship or the pitcher-catcher relationship. Right. But that's where a lot of our action is focused on. Mm-hmm. And I think that getting into the head of the pitcher and getting into the head of the hitter is really what baseball is about when you get down to the nuts and bolts of it.
That's the nitty-gritty of it right there.
It is.
I mean, the fun part of it is I like listening to you talk about food. The ribs and Grater's ice cream.
That's when we're either winning by 12 or losing by 12.
Exactly.
Either way, those are the funnest parts. But like I said, I really enjoy you guys doing it. There's Randy freaking. Anyway, Cowboy, I appreciate it. I don't want to keep you any longer. I know you just talked over there. I don't want to keep you any longer than I have to, but I appreciate you coming on, man.
No problem.
And
enjoyed it, man.
Good luck to the season. I can't wait. It's
Me
holiday
too,
tomorrow.
man.
Holiday
Hey,
tomorrow.
Let me just say this before I go. This is going to be really fun to watch.
Dude, I think so too.
I'm just telling you.
Terry Francona is 10 extra wins, I think.
It's going to be fun.
It's gonna be fun. I can't wait.
All right. Hey, y'all have a good night.
Take it easy. Thank you. All right, guys. Well, this has been fun. Take it easy. We're not done yet. We're gonna do the big announcement for the broadcast. This part's done, but we got to keep on the broadcast. We're doing the giveaway, grand prize giveaway on here tonight. That'll be happening around 9:30. So we got about another hour and a half until that happens. I will be working on trying to get some more guests on there. I saw Jim Day walking around here. I don't know if he's still around here or not. So make sure you guys stay tuned. I'm enjoying the hell out of this. I hope you guys are. So stay tuned, and we will be right back. All right, guys, we are back with a very special guest. If you guys have ever seen the Reds' famous ball boy,
Bat Boy.
Yeah, Bat Boy, ball boy,
Yeah.
So, how's it going? You enjoyed yourself tonight?
I am. I'm having a blast.
You were just hanging out with Todd Frazier there.
Yes, I did.
That's your buddy, right?
He's my buddy.
He's awesome, man.
Oh, yes, he is.
So how what you been up to? You're doing stuff for the Reds right now, right?
I am.
What are you doing for them?
It's called Fan Accommodations
Okay.
Department.
Okay.
It's in level 4, 19.
Okay. Cool. So what was it like when you got to be the Reds bat boy for the first time? How was it? What was it like being the Reds bat boy for the first time? Awesome.
Being with the players, being with managers, everybody.
And Todd Frazier, that's your favorite one?
Todd Frazier's one of my buddies.
The Todd father, he's pretty cool.
Todd's a good guy.
Yeah, exactly. So it's been Reds opening day eve. Tomorrow's, I think, be a citywide holiday. It's opening day. How excited are you about the season this year?
It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good season.
We're gonna make the playoffs.
I think so. Yeah.
I think so too.
And the World Series.
And the World. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Exactly. No, you like Terry Francona as the manager?
Yes, I do.
So how many more wins do you think he alone gets us?
50.
50?
50.
50 more wins. All right, that's good.
Yeah.
That'll work. I think the Reds have got a shot at making the wild card for sure.
I think they will. Yeah.
Exactly. So, were you a Reds? Do you remember the Big Red Machine?
P. Rose.
P. Rose, Joe
Morgan.
Morgan. All of them. This is the
Yeah.
50th anniversary of the
Yeah.
75-76 season.
Yeah.
That's the greatest team ever, I
It
think,
is.
in my
It is.
opinion.
Yeah.
Which one was your favorite player on that team?
Joe Morgan.
Joe Morgan. You like Little
I
Joe?
like Joe Morgan.
Were you a second baseman? Did you play second base?
Yes, I did.
Did you pump your arm like Joe Morgan did? The little. Did you?
Yeah.
Why'd you like Joe Morgan so much?
He's one of my favorite players.
What made him your favorite player? Just the way he played, second
The way
base.
he played.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, how long have you been working for the Reds now?
This is my 10th year.
Wow,
This is
really?
my 11th season.
11 seasons.
No, actually 12.
12.
This is my 12th year.
Weren't you there the night when Marty got his head shaved?
No, I did not.
Oh,
I was
okay.
in there. so-
Okay. I thought for some reason
I
you
was
were there.
there, but I was up in the
Okay. I got you. So, growing up in Cincinnati, what does Reds opening day mean to you? What does Reds opening day mean to you?
Just being there for the team, enjoy the players, everything.
Awesome.
But I used to be in the parade back in 2014.
Yeah.
And I was the honorary grand marshal
Mhm.
2014.
Right. Now, so were you the bat boy when they had the All-Star game here? 15?
No, I was the bad boy back in 2014.
Okay.
I started 2012
Okay.
and up to six times.
Okay.
The bad boy.
Okay. Cool. Well, I'm excited for this night. I think this has been an absolute blast.
It is.
This is so much. It's the first time I've ever gotten to do this. You been here before?
I've been here before.
You're a veteran of this.
I do. Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, Teddy, I thank you, man.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you.
Yep.
Go Reds.
Go Reds.
Take it easy, man.
Thank you.
All right, guys. That's Teddy. He's the bat boy for the Reds. I mean, literally, he was talking to Todd Frazier, and I asked him if he wanted to be in a podcast. He ran over here, so we got Teddy on. I tried to get Todd Frazier on. He said he had to go do something else, so we'll try to get some more players here and some more personalities here shortly. Stay tuned.
All right. Pleasure to talk to you. Wow. When I bring up a good season, if we're excited about springtime. I had a good lady who was like working on me. I had 4 Yeah. Unreal. I mean, it's college in general. You know, I think I think Indiana University, but I'm a big fan of Ohio State is very good. I don't like Ohio State before. Like he's the guy that educates me. You're all 46 years old. This book right here. I tried to read it. I couldn't get through. Hey, Cowboy, how was that? Straight out of the seat Jeff Brantley. Wow, come on. Still on. I haven't seen the game. Where do you get these things? Yeah, that's true.
Up to you tomorrow. The winner of what? I'll go ahead. I will. I'll walk around one. Huh? I'm super early. You are. Oh, yeah. My buddy, Doug, I live there. Yeah.
What time is setting up for? I'll probably be down here about 2. Yeah. That's about right. I said 2:30. We might go live, but I got guys from Lager Reds coming. Bill, you know who comedian Billy DeVoe is? He's a local comedian and he does a podcast called The Nasty Boys. Oh, so him and the other 2 guys are going to be on. And I have yeah. So and then you know who Red Daily is? They got 3 guys that show up too. So, and I got you know Harrison comedian. Oh, yep. I'm crazy about Walker Brown with me too. That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be good. And Harrison don't know shit about baseball. Is that right? Oh, you don't know a damn thing about it. I'll make fun of him. It's pretty fun. He's not getting fired. Some people are watching a dead screen.
All right, guys, we are still live here. Scoot over this way a little bit. You got closer. There we go. Let me get over. There we go. Now we're in there. All right, we're still live here at the Moerlein Lager House. We have the man who's in charge of all this, right?
Well, I'm the lucky recipient of proceeds from tonight. But our staff has worked with Randy and his family all year. So,
by the way, it's Charlie Frank. By the way, just let everybody know.
Hi there, Jeff.
How you
Thank
doing, brother?
I'm doing great, man. What a fun
This
night.
has been an absolute blast.
It really has. It really
a great way to kick the season off.
It is. And you know what? In just 30 minutes, we're going to have a fireworks show courtesy of Rodsey's famous fireworks.
Really? I did not know that.
Over Smale Park. Yeah.
Awesome.
So it's about to become even more festive.
Now, had they announced the grand prize winner of the giveaway yet?
The grand
Because Randy said they're going to do it on here, which I haven't seen Randy in a couple hours. So I don't know if that's happening now or not. We'll see.
I don't think we have yet.
Okay.
And that grand raffle is that grand prize of the grand raffle is one of the most hellacious
I've heard
Reds prizes you'll ever. Yeah, I mean it has everything in it. So yeah, that's still going to be something that gets announced here in a little bit.
Is that something that people can still bid on? Is it online, or they have to be here to bid on it?
You know, you can still bid on it.
Okay.
Folks, go to openingdayeve.com.
Okay.
They can purchase tickets there, and I believe that window remains open here for a little bit.
All right. So again, it's opening eve day.
Opening day eve.
Openingdayeve.com.
Yes.
All right. Openingdayeve.com. So go there and trust me, it is worth it.
Yeah, check it out. It really
but
is.
you if you got off the top of your head, what do they win with the grand prize?
They win tickets to multiple games, including opening day. They win a batting practice view. They win autographed merchandise and apparel. I mean, it is so much stuff. If you're a Reds fan, it'll blow your mind.
It's the ultimate Reds prize.
It really is.
It is. All right. So with being opening day eve and tomorrow opening day, I've asked every single person this. Why isn't tomorrow a citywide holiday?
You know, I know a lot of different businesses in the city have worked on that in the past. I think it ultimately comes down to, honestly, it's going to sound boring, but if it's a city holiday, then it affects city workers. It affects the, garbage pickup and a lot of the other services that the city provides.
And they need to be all down here to protect us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's the most efficient way for the city to continue to do its work and to function properly is to make it this unofficial holiday. I think it being unofficial kind of makes it more special too, because then if you get out of school,
I did
too.
I did,
and my kids. I mean, so if you get out of school,
my kids out too. Yeah,
I mean, then it kind of feels
special.
Yeah. So I think it works fine the way.
The night before when I was a kid, I couldn't sleep.
Oh yeah,
I couldn't wait. I mean, Reds opening day meant so much to me and my family. It's ridiculous. I mean,
I'm right there with you.
It is the funnest time, no matter how good, bad, however we think the Reds are going to be. Opening day is magical.
Yeah, man, it's all about hope.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're from Cincinnati and you haven't necessarily lived anywhere else, you don't know.
You don't understand.
You don't know how unique it is.
Mm-hmm.
Because I lived in Boston for a while, and I lived in Chicago. I lived in Minnesota, and those are all great. Twin Cities. These are great baseball towns, and they all celebrate opening day. It's special there, but it is different here.
Yes,
it is in our DNA. It is just and if you've ever walked the Findlay Market Parade,
I have not, but I'd like to someday.
Or if you just go as a fan, or if you just watch it on TV and you see the way it brings everyone together, young and old. It doesn't matter what your religious background is, social, cultural, racial, doesn't matter. Everybody comes together through this event, and the parade. It feels like we're one community. It's just wonderful.
All right, Charlie. So we're here supporting the Cincinnati Reds Community Fund. What has that meant for this city and youth baseball and other things that the Reds Community Fund has done to help this city?
Well,
how big is this event to help that too?
It's big. I'll tell you, it is probably one of our 4 or 5 most significant, financial fundraisers of the year. We're about a $3 million a year budget. Our events that we have, this is one of about 7 or 8 events, helps raise a little more than 25% of that. So it's very significant. And events like this allow us to operate our Urban Youth Academy, our Reds Academy.
Which is huge. It's a great program.
It's, it's still 10 years in. We celebrated our 10th anniversary last summer. and it is it's still the best in class. And obviously, I'm not objective.
We're
on
a little
that.
biased. It's okay. It's
A little
all right.
biased.
We're a little biased. We're allowed
You
to
know
be.
what?
It's
You
good.
look at this thing, and it is as spectacular as it was. Well, no, that's not true. It is more spectacular than when we opened it. When we opened it, we only had one infield that was synthetic.
Right.
And now all 4 fields are at least a synthetic diamond. And we've, added so many other features. The wiffle ball field. We've updated the batting cages, the indoor field. There's just so much there for kids and families. The education programs. It's just, and we're reaching conservatively over 3,000 kids that just use the facility free of charge every year. 350 of those use it probably 2 to 3 times a week year round.
That's awesome. I need to do a podcast from there sometime.
We'd love to have you there.
I think
We
that'd
really
be a
would.
good idea. We
Yeah.
should work on that this summer. Do
And those
podcast from
oh
there.
my gosh, yeah, and those 4 ball fields are
Mhm.
4 of the roughly 400 that we've renovated here in the last 15 years. So that's a big part of what we do too. And installing these synthetic infields like we've done in Ludlow, Kentucky, and Bellevue, Kentucky, and Augusta, Kentucky, and this year we're doing one in Madisonville, and last year in Bond Hill and Anderson Township, and we do them all over the city. And they're game changers because once that infield is synthetic, it means that boys and girls of any age
Yes.
can play on there.
Yes.
Because if we're putting together a beautiful grass and dirt infield with the clay mound at 60 feet 6 inches, that means that no girls can play on it at all unless
Right.
they're playing baseball,
Mhm.
and no boys under the age of 14 are going to play on it. So, and then it also allows you to play more games. Because,
Exactly.
I stood out at Owl's Nest Park yesterday at
Yeah.
Evanston, and it was a sunny, windy day, and it had rained the day before, and they probably couldn't play on that field today.
Right.
So we lose so many games
Exactly.
in these wet springs of ours here, and the synthetic fields really make it possible to keep playing.
And one thing that we haven't brought up tonight when you're talking about the different fields, there also is handicap fields too for kids in wheelchairs and stuff like that, so they can play too. So you're not just taking care of the boys and the girls; you're taking care of everybody.
Yeah, boy, I'm glad you mentioned that, Jeff. The Miracle League program, we support the Cincinnati Recreation Commission's Miracle League. They have a beautiful field over at Dunham Recreation Complex in Western Hills. There is no better Miracle League operator anywhere than in Fairfield, Ohio, with the Joe Nuxall Miracle League.
Yes.
They have 2 fields that both have red monsters in left field, that both have, diamond vision scoreboards and
That's
control
awesome.
rooms, and so much of that was donated. What Kim Nuxall and his team
Yes.
have done there is beyond words. And then Sean Casey, the Reds legend,
The mayor.
built his Casey's Clubhouse for Miracle League kids outside of Pittsburgh. And then Sean's Casey's Clubhouse and Kim Nuxall's, Miracle League, they travel and play each other and provide road trips for their kids.
That
Yeah,
is
I
awesome.
mean, it's just one of the most touching ways to connect to the game.
So if anybody out there just wants to just donate, where can they do that at?
Well, Reds Community Fund is, you can find us at reds.com/community. You can donate there and learn all about our programs. Reds.com/academy will tell you if you want to get your kids signed up for some of our camps, clinics, programs. You can do that at reds.com/academy. That's probably the best gateway. You can follow us too on at Reds Community on Facebook, on X, and on Instagram.
Well, this has been an unbelievable night. Real quick here, before I let you go. I know you're a busy man, but what's your prediction for the Reds? Are they going to go 165-0?
Boy, I don't think so. I would take. I would if you get to 88-90 this year.
That's playoffs right there.
Yeah, and
I think they can. I do think they can get there.
I'll tell you, they are the right manager to do it.
Absolutely, that's 10 wins right there with Cheeto.
I've heard a lot of people say that.
Yes,
too.
I think so.
Yep. No, I agree with you. I hope so, man. There's no fan base more deserving than this one.
Yeah, we're starving.
We are starving.
We haven't won a playoff series since 1995.
I know.
The Los Angeles Dodgers, who I hate, we swept them, which is great, and then we got beat by the Braves.
The
But
Braves.
whatever.
I think that was. Did we win a game in that series?
Nope, we got swept by them too.
Swept by them.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
terrible.
Yeah, I know.
I remember. All right. My kids have not seen the Reds win a playoff series yet.
I know. 2012 hurt.
Oh, God. Oh,
Win the first 2 in San Francisco. Come home. Got to win 1.
got to win one. And the thing is, and I'm not blaming Brandon Phillips, but when he got thrown out at third,
in
It
game
just,
3.
it just the momentum switched.
You
And
know,
I'll never forget that.
Homer Bailey in that game, in game 3,
Mm-hmm.
probably was more dominant than he was in either of his no hitters here.
Yeah, yes. And didn't he come in? Wasn't that one he came in for Cueto?
No, that was game 1.
That's game 1. Okay,
And
yeah.
game 1, Sam LeCure came in for Cueto. 8
Yes.
pitches in.
Yes.
And then Latos came in and
Yes,
relieved.
you're right. You're correct.
Yeah, and then Bronson threw a gem in game 2.
Yep.
And
My
then
boy Bronson.
and then Homer was pitched lights out and just bad luck.
Yep. That's
Extra
sometimes
innings,
it comes
1-1. I know.
Grand slam. Anyway, we're going to change that, okay?
We're gonna change the
We're
subject.
positive here. We're positive.
I agree.
All right, Charlie, I appreciate it.
Jeff, thanks,
Hey,
man. Thanks for being here.
Hey,
today.
thank you for inviting me. I really appreciated this. It's been a lot of
Great
fun.
having you here.
Stay tuned. We're going to announce the winner here. If you guys want, again, real quick, if they want to bid on the prize,
openingdayeve.com.
there you go.
Check out the grand raffle.
Trust me, it's worth it. All right, Charlie. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Jeff.
Appreciate you. All right, guys. Again, we are live here at Reds, or I would say Reds Opening Day Eve. You can just put the mic down. You're good. You don't stick around. Reds Opening Day Eve at Moerlein Lager House. And like I said, they'll be giving away the grand prize here soon. Make sure you guys, if you can, go ahead and bid on it. It is well worth it. John from Kiss 107 is wandering around here too. He said he might show up. So stick around. We're not done yet. I've only been on for 3.5 hours. It's 8:57. Let's keep this Reds party rolling. I'll see you guys here in a little bit. All right, guys, we are back. We have a very good reason, other than the Reds, to show up to my podcast tomorrow.
I'm so excited for you.
Tell me about your name.
I'm Molly Wellman. I call myself a mixologist here.
Mix.
Mologist, because my name's Molly.
Yeah, it's perfect.
I make drinks for people in the city.
Helps you get drunk faster.
I love to make sure that everybody has a good time in
Mhm.
Cincinnati.
Mhm.
So I try to be a part of that the best I can. So yeah.
So we will be live tomorrow night outside Moerlein Lager House. I'll be doing the podcast there. Should be running the bar.
I'll be running the bar. I have 2 helpers tomorrow. We are going to make some fantastic cocktails just for you. They're all Reds themed. They are delicious, all fresh ingredients. So they're going to be awesome.
So what are some of the names of them you have there?
So
So people
I've
can know
got-
what to ask for.
I have one called the Nasty Boys.
Oh, you already got me.
You know,
You already got me.
You
I
gotta
like
love
Nasty
the
Boys.
gas. You love the Nasty
Uh-huh.
Boys.
Yes, I do. I'm actually going to have the Nasty Boys podcast there.
Oh, I
so
love
they're
that.
definitely going to have some.
The Nasty Boys are the best.
Yes, they are.
So I also have one for my favorite player, my favorite Reds player of all time is Ellie De La Cruz. I love him so much, so I had to make a very special cocktail just for him. One day, I hope to make it for you, Ellie. One day.
One day.
But in the meantime, I'll make it for everyone else in Cincinnati, especially for tomorrow.
So you're on the Strawberry Ice podcast. Do you have any like strawberry stuff?
I do. I have the Rosy Red.
Oh, there you go.
And the Rosy Red is made with fresh strawberries, fresh lemon juice, a little bit of rose water for Rosie, and then my gin. I have my own gin.
Okay, and gin. Okay.
It's called Cincinnati Gin.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Well, now you know.
Where can we get this at?
To get it in the whole Cincinnati area.
Really?
Party Source, Jungle Gyms, like any liquor store in the Ohio or the Cincinnati area.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. So do you cross the borders in Kentucky too?
We certainly do.
All right.
We're over at Party Source. We're also in Union Kroger's.
Awesome. So how much fun has this night been?
This is one of the most epic parties of the entire year.
This is a
Besides
blast.
tomorrow.
Besides tomorrow.
You know.
It's to kick it off.
Oh, it's the greatest way to kick it off. I love this night. It's so much fun. This party is epic. What they do here and how the money they raise for such a great cause
Mhm.
is just amazing. I love
Exactly.
what they do. And I found out I'm going to be here next year too. So I'm excited.
Hey, maybe we'll do it again because my second year doing the podcast out there. Maybe you could do two years in a row.
I love it.
We'll call it a tradition.
I think a tradition is great. I
Let's
love
go.
traditions.
I like it.
Let's go.
All right.
Perfect.
So can anybody where can people get your drinks or anything online or how's that
So
work out?
if you follow me at Molly Wellman on Facebook or Instagram and also on TikTok, you can find out where I'm going to be. So I'm all over the place in Cincinnati and
So-
Northern Kentucky.
So we're having a Molly party tomorrow.
We're having a Molly party tomorrow.
I like it. Molly and Ice.
Yeah, I like that.
Molly and Ice party.
That's so nice.
It's so nice. Molly and I we just made a T-shirt.
We made a T-shirt.
That's
It's
awesome.
amazing.
Oh my goodness. Molly, appreciate you.
Hey, thank you
very
for
much.
having me
Hey,
on.
no problem. I'll see you tomorrow.
Go Reds.
Go Reds.
Cheers.
Cheers. All right, guys. We are still here at Moerlein Lager House. They are going to announce a grand prize winner. Thank you, Molly. Here soon. I don't know if they're announcing it on here or not. They said they were, but we'll see. Either way, it's been a great night. Stay tuned and make sure you like, subscribe, share. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do so. The show's gonna be epic tomorrow. And by the way, if you guys listen to Kiss 107, John is gonna have me on tomorrow. So I don't know what he's gonna have me do. Push my face in strawberries or something. We'll see. Anyway, see you guys in a few. Actually, you scoot this way a little bit. You scoot in a little bit more. There we go. All right, it's get nice. There we go. Nice and close. All right, we are here live at the Moerlein Lager House for the winners of the silent auction. Grand Raffle. Sorry. My bad. Wrong one. I'll give you a big one. All right, so just before you tell who the winner is. Am I not on? Huh? I'm on. Yep. Okay. So tell everybody what the grand prize is.
It's such a long list. I don't have it in front of me,
Uh,
but it includes 4 opening day tickets.
4.
for
Lot of
tomorrow.
swag.
Lots of swag.
Yeah.
4 tickets to the train concert.
Ooh.
The Reds game and the train concert.
There we go. Ooh.
4
Tickets to the live practice.
batting
Practice. 4 visits to the radio booth. Ooh. 4 tickets to another game. Wow.
It's ridiculous.
That is unbelievable. What's that worth? Like 10 grand? Huge.
Easy.
Can I win it?
Nope.
Damn it.
Did you buy a ticket?
No.
Okay.
Ah. I'm just trying to, get win it by osmosis.
All right, but we're gonna start with the third prize.
All right, let's go.
We
All
gotta build
right,
up,
all right, we got to
right?
build up. Yes, yeah. So what's the third prize?
Randy,
Randy.
what's the
Randy.
third prize?
Randy, what's the third prize? What's the third prize? It's really good. He doesn't know. It's a pitcher. Pitcher or something.
The third prize.
I had no idea. All right.
Third
Oh,
prize.
God. There's a crazy girl. There's a crazy girl.
Third prize
Third prize.
is Mark Grice.
Grice.
The winner of the third prize. Mark Grice.
Mark Drive. Woo! Yeah. Will he get an email or how's he pick up? How does he know?
I think we have his phone number. We'll call him.
All right, call
I
you.
think he's on online.
You better answer the phone. Is all I'm saying. If you're not, I'm taking it.
Okay, second prize
Yes.
is Michael Schmitz.
Schmitz. Michael Schmitz. Michael! We don't know if Michael wins. Does he win? Do we don't know what he wins? We forget. We've been drinking a lot today, so we forgot. Okay. Something nice. You'll like it. Yeah, just saying.
I don't have to listen.
Don't have to listen. She does not have to listen forever. Stop asking. Sorry.
All right. But the
Yes.
grand
prize
happens to be the very first raffle ticket.
Are you
buyer.
serious? Very first one.
Very first ticket buyer.
Wow.
Bob Fragoli.
Fragoli!
Sorry, no, wait, Bob Fragol.
For goal. For goal. For goal. Sorry. Whoa! If your name's Bob Fragoli, you didn't win. All right, it's Bob for goal. Just Bob. Yeah, that person. That guy.
I had it wrong.
That's all right.
And he's here, right?
Where's he at? Well, let's go get him.
Tell him to get up here.
Go get him.
Bob. Randy does.
Yeah, go get. We're going to get the grand. That is, yeah. Let's go get the grand prize winner. That's awesome.
It's so many. It's so many.
I'm jealous. I want.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. No, it goes to strawberry ice. 7, 6, 5, 4, or he loses.
It doesn't matter what it says on email. Bob Fragol. No. Come on.
She's just trying to win free stuff.
He's over there, like he knew him, and I thought Kermit.
Where's Bob?
who's
Call
not
him Bob.
even from Cincinnati.
Bob is coming. All right. Yeah, pull it back over so you can get everybody. Oh yeah. What is? There you go. Yeah, right. What is this? Yeah. For you, know I'm scared what you're saying. I've been drinking with you. I know.
Second prize is a Spencer Steer autographed mini home plate and Tyler Stevenson autographed baseball.
Ooh.
Who won that?
I wish I
Bragging
did.
rights.
No, I didn't win it. Michael Schmidt.
Schmidt. You won a Spencer Steer autographed mini home plate, and a Tyler Stevenson autographed baseball.
And bragging
Congratulations.
rights.
And bragging rights. Second prize. Woo! Third prize. Third prize is a Matt McClain autographed photo and baseball. Won by Mark Grace.
You got a Matty Bats
Matt
autographed
McClain
picture.
Autographed photo
That is awesome.
and baseball. Bob. Bob for goal, not for goalie. For
Not
goal.
for goalie.
Get it right.
I just said Bob. We're just gonna go
Bob.
That's her. She's awesome. Yeah, turn on. There you go.
I had it on the whole time.
Come here, Bob. For goal.
Bob, come here.
Our grand prize.
Sit down, Bob. Let's go. Sit down. Sit down here, Bob. Come on. Huh? So Bob, there you go. Sit down, Randy. Bob, how does it feel to win the grand prize? This is unbelievable.
Well, I'm really glad I had that last beer.
Me too, sir. Cheers. Don't worry. Nobody's watching this right now anyway. It's fine.
Well, no, I mean, this is surreal.
Mm-hmm.
We've had a great night. We've got a lot of friends here, family, and this is an icing on the top of the cake.
Absolutely. Now, I heard you own a minor league baseball team.
The Daytona Tortugas, single A affiliate of the Reds.
Awesome.
In
That's
Daytona
great.
Beach, Florida.
Cool, man. That's awesome. So, I mean, you need anybody to come with you because I'll be able to tag along with you to the Red stuff. If you really want somebody,
Everybody is welcome.
There you go.
We've got we play on an island between old historic Daytona and A1A and the beaches. Jackie Robinson broke the color barrier in our ballpark.
Yes.
March 17, 1946.
His very first minor league game, Jackie Robinson played in that stadium.
That is awesome.
Yeah, when a lot of other cities wouldn't let him play in Florida, Daytona Beach did.
That's awesome.
So it's a really historic ballpark. We got a lot of good things going on in Daytona. So yeah, you're all welcome.
Hey, I will come down there and I want to come with you on the trips.
And there's a Jackie Robinson Museum in Daytona Beach that they're very proud of.
We're building one. We're the third oldest affiliated professional active baseball field in the country behind Fenway and Wrigley.
Really?
We opened the same month as Wrigley in 1914.
Wow.
We have a manual scoreboard, so you're welcome to come down and we'll hang the numbers.
We'll
hang the numbers and flick the lights.
That would be awesome. You got a date. I will be down there because my wife is from Florida, so we
whereabouts?
Go down there. St. Pete. On the other side.
Yeah,
That
3-hour drive.
Yeah, it's not
Love
bad.
St. Pete.
Oh, it's awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah, great place.
Randy, this has been an unbelievable event. I mean, you've done a great job. I've had an absolute freaking blast tonight. I mean,
freaking blast
for Randy.
Pun
Freaking.
intended.
Yes,
There
exactly.
we go. There we go.
I mean, it's been awesome. I mean,
it's been our honor to have you here. I mean, this
anytime.
This has made this party so much better having you here. I mean, it's
I don't know about all that, but I
mean, this is
it.
the first.
Yes, first
I mean,
amendment.
we've never been live streamed on
Nope.
YouTube before.
We're live streaming right now.
You are invited back next year, the last Wednesday of 2026. We're going to be broadcasting live from here again.
I will be there. I accept the invitation, sir.
And I'm going to bar Bob for goal from winning the raffle prize, okay? He's been so generous. He bought some silent auction. He bought at least one silent auction item. I know that.
Hope so.
He was one of our very first presenting sponsors. He bought the first raffle tickets.
Mm-hmm.
He bought a copy of my new book. The man is
This
incredibly
one over here?
generous.
Which one of these?
You know, he worked for Procter & Gamble, and he trained baseball players in China.
And we'll be back next year.
You will be back to the party
Can't
next
wait.
year.
Cannot wait.
All right.
Unbelievable.
So we
Hats
got
off to you.
Daytona Tortugas as a presenting sponsor of the
Yes,
party
sir.
next year.
Awesome.
Book it.
Awesome.
All right,
Book
we're
it.
booking it.
All right, guys. This has been an absolute blast. Cheers to the season. Anybody got drinks up there? Throw them up. We're going to
Cheers.
go fit.
Go Reds.
162 and
Go
0.
Reds.
Let's go, Reds. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Live Rats at Moerlein Lager House. And just like I always say, that's just sports, baby. See ya.
We can match the city roars. Tune in loud, turn up some more. Cincinnati show, it's time to play. Sports with strawberry ice today. 5:30 sharp, don't be late. CTV, the sports awaits. Strawberry ices on the mic, energy, it's pure delight. Every touchdown, every goal. Feel the pulse, it's in your soul. Cincinnati heartbeats strong. Strawberry ice will lead the throng. Every touchdown, every goal. Feel the pulse, it's in your soul. Cincinnati heartbeats strong. Strawberry ice will lead the throng. Feel the crowd, it's electric now. Shouting loud, they all know how. CTV got what we crave. Sports with ice, it's waves and waves. Tigers strike and Bengals roar. Every game we want some more. Tune it in and feel the thrill. Strawberry ice, he's giving chills. 5:30 sharp, don't be late. CTV, the sports awaits. Strawberry ice, he's on the mic, energy, it's pure delight.